All right. Getting started a couple minutes late, but I'm already seeing people in the chat. Good morning, everybody. Try to adjust some of this light here. I know I got the shiny head, but my hair is so long, hoping it cuts down on the shine. Let's give that light one click down. Hey, Happy. Hey, Boothie. Good to see everybody here this morning. Trying to keep up with your chats here. Happy, I need to talk to you about panels. It's that time, man. I need so it turns out I'm gonna need a bottom panel pretty quick. So I'm hoping we can work something out to get a bottom panel. And then enclosure panels a little bit later. So I'll reach out to you. Essentially, I need a 300 millimeter bottom panel for my frame. I got behind and didn't do that, so I apologize. I meant to reach out to you last week. But let's see who we got in the chat already today. We got Boothie like always. Thank you so much. Yeah, trying to save you from the yard work, so glad you're here. Tell the Saint that this is more important. We got Shrimp Father like always. Thanks for the shout out. And then Rob as well. Who else do we have? 3D Wolf is here. Good morning. That's great. That's a pretty good turnout. So like normal, we have audio issues. So if you guys can't hear me or the music is too loud or not loud enough, just shout in the chat. Let me know. And then we'll correct from there. Good morning, Low Sync. Buenos dias. So today, just kind of talking about what we're going to do. It's a little bit warm in here. I'm going to turn the heat off. But today what we're going to do is we have moved, wrong way, we have moved the Trident off the desk and cleared off the workbench so that we can work on a RatRig. So this one is back there for now. You can see the box turtle that we have been working on is up there. I'll be honest, I have not touched it since last week. So it is still in the same state that it was back then. RatRig anymore is the printer, 2 tubes cracking, beacon. Yeah. Well, I would say it's still a RatRig. They don't really care what hot end you put on there. And it has beacon from stock. It's always intended to have beacon. So that's a thing. Kraken is supported by RatOS as well. So that's within the ecosystem. I really like that about RatRig. Kind of like Voron. To where Voron, you can build it however you want. RatRig is similar. If you want to use their OS, though, you have to kind of stick within the certain common boards. So Mantas and Octopus, and I think they might have a Mellow and a Spider board that you can use as well. Same thing for Toolhead boards. They have some selections. Low Sync, my mustache says it's a 300. So I have a 400 V-core 3, so the previous gen version of that. I have a 400 of that. I don't have the room for that. Even if I were to build it, I don't know where I would put it right now. So I'm probably going to have to offload a few printers, sell off a few, and then see where we get. I mean, they think it's the best. Every company will tell you they have the best printer, but it all depends on what you want. So it does use a 3030 frame that is supposed to be more accurate, so you can just put it together without having too many alignment issues and skewing like the previous V-core 3. However, while 3030 is more beefy, it makes it more massive as well. So you're going to need more space. And I do like that they continue to improve. So I've been collecting parts for this thing for about a year just to get to today. I started at Remurf talking to Sanat, and I was able to get in on the early bird for the V-core 4. And so we had that in. I think it arrived in like May. I kept everything boxed. I didn't open anything. And then when they released the IDEX upgrade, I got that one. And then they just released the Rat Pack a couple of weeks ago. Good morning, Captain Kern. Yeah, the best printer is the one that you build. To do the things that you want it to do. For me, this is going to be a little bit of a top-end build, so we'll go through the parts list here in a minute. But as many updates and upgrades and quality of life improvements as possible. That's my goal. So like I said, I've been collecting parts for about a year. We have a couple tubes. You guys saw the thumbnail. So there's a lot of top-end products going into this one. Are the XY joints on the RatRig CNC are printed? They are CNC'd on the RatRig 4. On the RatRig 3, I want to say they had plates, but they were kind of half and half. There are full CNC lightweight joiners that you can get on AliExpress for this machine, for the V-core 4. I don't have those. I'll consider it, but I think right now I'm going to stick with what it is. Hey, stranger. I don't know if Martin is a stranger. That guy is on every stream that I see, and then he makes his way over here to my stream on Sundays as well. So it's pretty cool to see everybody. All right, so should we go through the parts list and kind of get an idea of what we are going to build with this guy? I'll take you over to the desk cam here. So this is the list of parts that we're going to go through. And we'll talk real quick about all of these things. So real quick, I got the instructions on the page there, the top corner, because we're going to need it. You meant it with the utmost respect. I'm not sure who you're talking to there, Lewis, I think me or somebody else, but yeah. So real quick, I want to show, so this is the normal cam that we're used to using with the gimbal on it, and we can kind of move that around to where we want to be. But then we also, just this week, added a desk cam. So if we're working over here on the desk, I can just swap between one or the other. To my left over here, this is what I'm calling the toolbox cam. So this is just a Husky toolbox with my granite plate. Nothing above it, so there's no racks or shelving above. So I can build a pretty tall printer over here on a flat surface. And then when we're doing smaller stuff, we can come over to the desk and work on here. So consistently trying to improve the stream. The next thing I'm going to do is replace this camera here so you can see me a little better without so much glare and shine and all that stuff. So we're getting there. Probably next month, upgrade this camera here. But this one, this is just the Meet 2, so the 4K OBSBot Meet 2. And then over here we have the Tiny 2, and this is the one with the gimbal and the smart tracking and all that kind of stuff. So I know there's usually questions about cameras and things like that, so that's what we're doing. Yeah, nice views, thanks. We're trying to slowly improve the camera setup. And then we can zoom in and out on some of these as well if we need to. So just looking at camera 1 here, we can zoom in to get closer on things that we need to see, and then we can get a little further out. And then if I really move this thing around, you can see we have the Doron Delta over there. So that'll be something that we tackle a little bit later. All right, but we'll go through the parts real quick since we have pretty much a quorum here. Would have been your next question. See, I know how you work, 3D Wolf. I'm trying to anticipate your questions. Cool. So we'll talk about the stuff that's over here, and then we'll get into it. So tube, everybody knows what a tube is. So we got a couple of those going into the build. This one came, I ordered it with the thermistor and the hot end. Both are tube airs. The other one I did not order it with all that. This is the one that I got at Ramurf last year from Luke. So it did not come with the thermistor or the hot end, but these things are pretty nice. Open one of these up for those who have not seen a tube. This is a tube. Actually, I'll bring you over to the desk. Be a little easier to see. This is the tube. So it's a all metal, high flow, very rigid hot end. And then I installed 2, so one in each, tungsten carbide Undertaker nozzle. This is in a 0.4 size. So I should be able to print anything that I want. Yeah, America. So made in the US by Luke's Lab. 6 M3 mounting points, so none of that 2.5 millimeter hardware. This is all 3 millimeter hardware, but it requires, if you're gonna if we were doing conduction, I'll say it that way. There are two versions. This is the air version. There's a conduction version that is a little shorter, I believe, and it needs to mount to a metal surface so that it can use that sort of like a heat sink. So it would have worked in this scenario, but for today, this is what we're going to use. So that is the tube, and then we have another one, kind of the same thing. 3D Mellow makes a tube to VZ bot adapter now. I haven't seen that, but I also don't have a VZ bot. I'd like one. I think it'd be pretty cool to build that, but I don't have one right now. But next thing we have are the plates. So these are from Luke's lab. You can get these on Fabrico as a reseller, but Luke will get you these as well. Yeah, we have a Stream Deck. And then these can serve as that heat sink like I was talking about, but things mount right here with 3 M3 flatheads. Happy says yet. A V-core 4 with a Kraken? Yeah. Yeah. It is probably overkill. But that's the next thing we're going to do too. This is definitely overkill for what we're going to do, but it does have 4 steppers that can run high voltage. Yeah, good morning, Armor 3D Printing. Thanks for being here. Comes with a cool black duck. And it squeaks. They don't always squeak. Overkill, but you put a Kraken in Ender 3. It is. So my other option was to do an Octopus Max, but I'm keeping that one for the tool changer that we still need to build. I have nothing else that runs 4 motors except for the Trident kind of over here behind me. This Trident runs 4 XY motors. And I could have put the Kraken in there, but it's already running a Manta and it has dual 5160s on there. So the Manta worked pretty well to keep things nice and compact. Yeah, I'm sure it is a great board. We'll find out. And then as you can see, we're going to do a couple of Orbiter 2s. This one actually has the upgrade kit. So this will have a 2.5 eventually. I'm waiting on one more upgrade kit for the other extruder. And then so that's the upgrade kit there. So this will take it to a 2.5, which basically just kind of changes the way that it grabs the filament. Come on, focus. Changes the way that it grabs the filament. So it's a little bit different of a cut on the tooth. And I need to get one more of these, so I'm waiting for that to come in. And then we'll have smart sensors on both as well. So Orbiter 2 smart sensors. I'm kind of stuck between tool boards on what I want to do. As much as you wish to watch this beautiful showcase, I gotta go. No, go do your thing, man. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Make sure you like and subscribe before leaving. It definitely helps the channel and people find this a little easier. Upgrade kit replaces a lot of parts. Yeah, it does. So we'll go through that. I want to say it's the entire planetary gear set that it swaps out, but also the way that it grips the filament. So there are new gears for that as well. Of course, we're going to run a beacon. This is the low profile version. If this does not work for us, I want to say this is the correct one that I got from RatRig when I made the order. Hey, thanks 3D Wolf. So this should be the correct one. If not, I do have a couple more down below that we could swap out with. This one is this is the Mellow Volt Up board. This is what we put into the that's what we put into the man, come on. This is what we put into the Trident to run 48 volt. So this is just basically a step up board. So it'll take your 24 volt and it'll put it into a 48 volt capacity. And then it does have 2 mounting bosses for a fan. So you can put a 40-10 fan on there, an axial fan, and it'll just keep everything cool. But that allows you to run a single power supply but still get 48 volt. You can get these from Mello. And they work pretty well. The Trident runs it, and I've had no issues with it. I mean, it provides 48 volt, so I don't know what else you would want. Comes with a bit of hardware if you need it. But it'll save you a lot of space instead of having to do double power supplies or buying the expensive ones for the, what am I trying to say? Buy the expensive ones, the shorter, what is it? The UHP 200-24 and 48. How long did you wait to get your kit? So I was on the early bird. I was able to talk with Sanat at Remurf last year. He got me on the early bird list. So Remurf happened in April last year. I had my kit by May, so maybe a month at most before I got my kit. You want the 500 IDEX? That's a big machine. I hope you have room for that. I have a V-core 3 400 that I have not built because I just simply do not have the space for something like that. I would need to figure out some sort of stand or build a surface for that to live on, because it really is big. You like the UHPs? Yeah, that's the thing though. The UHP is larger than that volt up board. So if I can just run a 24 volt, like 350, normal LH, whatever it is, normal power supply, and then put that little board on there, it saves me a ton of space and already a crammed enclosure, especially here on the RatRig. So on a Boron, you have basically the entire bottom of the printer that you can store electronics in. For the RatRig, they have an enclosure, and that enclosure is a finite size that attaches to the back of the machine. All machines use the same size enclosure, so even if you got a 500, it would be the same size. So because of that, you're going to be limited by how much you can stuff in there, and we're already running a Kraken, which is larger than an Octopus or a Manta. Plus, you got to run a Raspberry Pi externally, and that takes up space. I'm going to have to do some sort of cooling solution on here across the fins so that we can keep things cool. Yeah, there's a lot. Anyway, we picked up the MRW Mondello Roseworks bed arms. So these will be very nice. Instead of having the printed ones, these will be more rigid. So that came as a kit. I sent them back, and because I ordered mine as soon as it came out, and then they added bosses for the VAOC, which is how the RatRig aligns the nozzles on the IDEX. And so they machined out the pockets here. They machined out the pocket and added a space to accept that mod. If you order these now, they will come modified, so you don't have to send them back at all. They'll be able to accept your nozzle alignment tool. Good morning, Tin Talon. Thanks for coming in. UHPs are smaller, yes, I agree with you. However, they're not as small as a single power supply and a volt-up board. Morning, Clown Hammer. Thanks for being here. And then lastly, we have the top and the bottom CNC'd motor mounts. So these are going to save us from having to sandwich a printed part between. And they even did a nice little touch and put the logos here. Come on, focus. They even etched in their Mandala Roseworks name. And these are brushed on this side and then machined on that side. And you can still see the tool marks, but that is absolutely smooth. These are very, very nice. So that's that. And then, of course, we got the bottom plate. Same thing. You see the tool marks on this side, which I think look pretty cool. And then on this side, you have the brushed side of that. I don't know that we'll get that far today, but I did want to show off the parts that we're going to do. And then from AliExpress, we got the metal lead screw retainers. So these do have the bearing in there. We'll see if these actually matter. Back in the day, these used to cause more Z wobble than just letting the Z axis be free. If that's the case, and we see a lot of that in prints, these will come off and we'll just run without them. But RatRig does have these parts printed that you would put on the stock build. These are just CNC. So just about everything on the machine will be CNC'd. And I like that those are black. So it kind of ties with the theme. The really only thing that we're actually printing on this machine will be like bump stops for the Y-axis, rail stops for the Y-axis, and then there are a few X-axis parts where things are sandwiched in between two metal CNC plates. And that'll be pretty much all of the printed parts. Well, the tool heads, of course. But... Oh, speaking of tool heads, I tried to print those out of PPS carbon fiber from Fiberon. Turns out the bamboo doesn't go over 300C anymore. I swear at one point that I was able to get it over 320, and I don't know what happened to that. I don't know if the firmware updated or whatnot, or maybe I'm just crazy and it never did that, but I tried to print it on my bamboo and it just would not go over 300C, and the PPS carbon fiber needs to print anywhere from 310 to 350. Luckily, the Elegoo that we looked at a couple of weeks ago can go up to 320. However, the bend into the tool head is so extreme that it was causing it to break, and then the filament would run out, and that got annoying. So I need to figure out a solution to print that, but the idea is that we're going to do all of the tool head parts in that PPS CF, and then I'll anneal them, and they'll be pretty rigid, and kind of on par with some of the CNC stuff we're doing. I think in the meantime, I'm gonna clear this off over here, and then we'll get looking at the frame. We'll go through some instructions. My goal today is to get the frame built. I was looking at the instructions yesterday and last night and a little bit this morning. It seems like we would be able to get through that in a couple of hours. So that's my idea. Looking at the instructions here, though, on the prep side, it just kind of goes through tools. Drill a hole in the lid. What? Direct it? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Just destroy the new printer. It's just a very harsh angle, like going into the tool head, because it runs through a cable chain. And if I got rid of the cable chain or removed the Bowden tube from the chain, it probably will do better. And I think that's my first step before I start drilling holes. But the lid is glass, so I would be afraid of cracking it. Remove the panels, PPS. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't need a heated chamber, but it's not necessarily the panels. It like I said, it goes into that cable chain and it makes a harsh 90-degree bend. But these are some of the parts I was looking at trying to print in that Fiberon filament. So this is essentially the back of the tool head, and then you'll have a fan that mounts here, a 4028. You always void the warranty. Same. But I don't want to break the glass because I don't know that I can get another one. I do still print ABS on it. In fact, the Bamboo and the Elegoo are to my left printing parts right now. So we're trying to do some of these. I may reprint these in that PPS, and then we need to do heat certs and all that stuff. But I don't have every part printed yet. So we're just going to go on to the frame assembly, and this is where we're going to work today. There's 39 steps here in just one section. These instructions are okay. I got spoiled by the box turtle build and that stuff, and the way that they display things. But we are building the 300 version, so I don't need to add any dimensions. All the dimensions we see should be accurate to what this guide is telling me to do. Yep, we're gonna assemble on a flat surface. I do have the granite tabletop here. I have no carpet in the garage. That's just gross. And then, yeah, we'll do our best to make it square, and we'll talk through some of that. This is the new hardware. This is new on the V-core 4, the way that they attach the frame together. They use this T-nut, lock nut type system, and that's supposed to pull everything in. So it's kind of a blind joint, but not with M5 hardware. Center connectors, yeah. You said you have these on your laser, Happy? Was it pretty easy to get things square? I mean, the illustration shows that how that works. If you just go back and forth, it kind of looks animated. So it almost locks it in where it needs to be. Yeah, we want it all the way out so that when we insert things in, it goes together right. So I'm just going through this first part again because we're not actually building anything yet. We're just kind of going through what that's going to look like. It's going to be a little hard to see with the camera, some of this stuff. So if we go through it now, you'll have a visual of what it's supposed to be doing behind the scenes. So slide things in. Once we tighten it down, it'll pull that T-nut into one another, as long as the extrusions are square. RatRig says that they CNC mill the ends of their extrusions, so they should be dead flat. We'll find out. I had heard that some folks had issues with that. Consider at this point if you want to use Loctite for the frame. Once a full section is assembled and well aligned, it doesn't take long to go back and run out one set screw at a time and apply Loctite. I may do that. I may not. Use blue Loctite on the set screws. Okay, so you're recommending that we do, Happy? I mean, we have some over here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, so I have the stick, and we can do that. All right, this is kind of the first part. So it wants us to prepare 28 quick connectors. It's a lot. Use blue Loctite for the set screws. Got it. All right, so let me grab some of the parts, and I need to clear off the workbench over here so that we can have some room to work on things. So we'll be right back. What did I do with the parts? Oh, they're by the printer. I guess while I'm over here, I'll check on how things are going. Elegoo looks good. Bamboo looks good. We're printing some red. I'm sorry, not red. Black and some green parts. This is what I printed already. So this is overnight last night. All the black stuff is printed on the Elegoo. And to me, that came out pretty good. I like a textured build plate, and I can't see any layer lines there. And then if I look at the side of this, you can see the walls are pretty decent. There's some noise in the belts there you can see, but depends on the angle, and there's pretty harsh lighting in here. These parts are really nice. These are all printed on the Elegoo. Very nice top surface. I did spend some time, excuse me, a little stuffy today. I did spend some time getting into the tuning side of things, and this is a tuned profile for ABS. So this came out great, and then the bamboo kind of always does great. This is, sorry, the black is Polymaker black ABS, so just standard black. And then these are, it's a tuned profile, low sync. And then these are bamboo tuned profiles. This is Nova Maker neon green, I want to say. And bamboo makes nice quality parts as well, as long as you maintain your machine. So everything green is bamboo, everything black is the, yeah, these are really nice, is the Elegoo. So for $2.99, you need a workhorse. I can recommend. Look at these bridges. So these parts are printed this way, and these are the Z-axis parts. So very nice top surface finish, and then the bridging came out really great as well. And that's with a tuned profile. So those are the parts, some of the parts we're going to work with. I tried to go in reverse order. The reason I was reviewing all of the instructions was because I needed to figure out what parts to print. RatRig does a great job at listing the number of items you need, but it doesn't do a great job at telling you print all of these things for IDEX, or print all of these things for hybrid, or print all of these things for Core XY. It kind of steps through. So it'll tell you to do all this stuff for Core XY, and then add all this stuff for hybrid, and then add all this stuff for IDEX. But as you step through that, you're replacing parts and you don't need stuff off the previous generation, but you've already printed it. So if you just start, you know, right at IDEX and you print everything, you're going to have a crap ton of extra parts that you're not going to use and filament that you wasted. We're starting with IDEX, so I have to go through line by line and just walk through the instructions and hope that I printed all the parts. So yeah, we'll see how that works out. But I'm gonna clear this off. We're gonna leave the frame up here. I have a table set up behind me. You can see the RatRig box there. And this is just a folding table to hold all the parts as we go through this build. There's more stuff in there that we're probably gonna need to get after. And then there's actually, when I ordered the kit, there were 5 boxes that came with it. So there's a frame box, and then you have another, I guess what they call a long parts box. So like your rails and your lead screws and stuff like that. And that came in its own box. And then the heat bed came in its own box. And then you have all of your like motors and that kind of stuff. We did get the upgrade kit. So this is all the parts for the IDEX upgrade here. And we'll need to get through some of that. And the rest of these, I'm just going to move off to the side over here. Tubes we're not going to need for a while until we get to tool heads. But we'll do that later. Same for motor mounts and bed arms. Actually, I think we do bed arms before we even do XY stuff. So we'll just lay all that over here. I'll tell you, if you don't have one of these workbenches, it's pretty nice. It's big enough. So I would say the granite surface I'm working on is, I don't know, maybe 2.5 feet wide. From this point to basically this edge here is about 2.5 feet wide. And then it is, you know, I don't know, maybe 30 inches deep. And it's just an offcut I got for 20 bucks. But I built every printer that I own on this thing, except for my first printer. I built that one on like my granite countertop in my kitchen. But very quickly went and got one of these. If you don't have one and you build a lot, definitely worth it. But the toolbox it's sitting on is maybe 3 feet long, so 36 inches by what looks to be about 24, maybe 30 inches deep. And then you have all of the drawers in here for parts and stuff like that. So that's my kind of setup and where I like to build, and that's what we're going to build on today. This is what I was talking about. So they sent me 5 different boxes. You can see this is number 5 of 5. You had a buddy cut you a 30-30 polished edge. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I went as cheap as possible. So this edge is pretty nice. This long edge here, this is a rough cut edge, and then over here is a nice edge. So this one is terrible, but the other 3 are pretty nice. So it just looks like they broke off the edge of it, or maybe that was the edge of the, I don't know, the natural edge. But for 20 bucks, can't beat it. I could have gotten a polished one and all that. For me, it wasn't worth it at the time. So legit, let's see, the date on this one. I swear it had a date on here. Anyway, I must have pulled it off. But yeah, ordered this at Remurf the night of day 1. So what, middle of April. And I haven't unboxed it at all. I knew that I was moving later that year, and so I didn't want to have to move this printer around. Oh, that's why. So not only did they tape it, but they put the strapping on it as well. That's good. Keeps things nice and tidy. Got one over here. So I don't know. We'll see what they come out with at Remurf this year and see what I bring home, if anything. I'm trying not to bring anything else home. There's definitely enough to do already. I don't need more projects. So we have this one going on, and then we have another build coming in a while. Get rid of, you guys can't see my face anyway, so we'll just turn that off. But yeah, I love that this is all foamed, because coming across from Portugal, this is probably not getting handled in the most nice way. So there's some 30-30 there, more foam packaging here. And then more 30-30 in there. Just laying it over on the desk. At least flying this year. Yeah, I'm flying this year. Driving from Oklahoma was a lot easier. I want to say it was 10 hours, 10 and a half hours, something like that, to get to Remurf last year. Driving. And this year I'm in California, so driving would take me like 18 hours, so almost double the amount of time. And then double the time to get back. So like 4 days of driving for 2 days of fun. I wasn't really about that. It would, you know, that's a week of time, and I just didn't want to do that. Man, I'll tell you, this is some beefy hardware, but it is well packaged for sure. So kudos to those guys for putting together such a nice nice packaging. I mean, I guess if you're shipping all over the world, you got to make sure things are going to be protected. There'll be a lot of RMAs on that. Yeah, but I'm going to fly this year because of those reasons. And then hopefully that'll prevent me from bringing back anything crazy. I do want to bring the Positron or the Mellow M1. Both of which we looked at on stream last month, 2 months ago. And they come in small carry cases. So if I can carry on one of those, it's perfect. And then we'll set that up on Lee Marie's table. They have a table and booth out there, and so that is my plan. I'll probably bring the M1 because I hear that Positron's already going to have some things there, and why add to more of that when I can just be a little different and have the Mellow M1. All right, I want to go back to the instructions because I'm not exactly sure where we start. Okay. Prepare the following extrusions with quick connectors on both sides. And it has me use these here. So the 440, the 475, and the 475 with 2 holes. So I want to say those are the same ones that we have here in this kit, which means I don't need these long ones. These are probably uprights. So I'm just going to move that. And then probably don't need this yet. So we'll move that. And then of course these here. Fresher 2. It has no airplay currently. I know, and I saw teased, if you guys have been watching teasers from TCT Asia, Big Tree Tech has a bunch of new stuff coming out. A couple of things for the bamboo line. And then they tease, what is it, a humidity sensor of some type for the Panda Touch. But then Mellow, I saw a non-anodized, all raw aluminum version of the M1 that they are calling the M2. And if you caught the first stream on the Mellow, one of the things I said is that I wish it wasn't anodized black. And now that they have the M2, it kind of corrected a lot of the issues that I was seeing. And I don't say issues like problems, but like the screen was on one side. And then on this side over here, you had the connection for power. And then on the third side were like the buttons for, you know, turning the machine on and stuff. So it just got a little weird. The M2 that I saw, at least the teasers, had the screen and buttons and everything on the front, and that was on the front of the machine, not the side of the machine. So it looks like they took some feedback, and made a change. I hope that didn't blow people's eardrums out. That's pretty loud for me. But yeah, well packaged. I'm not seeing really any flaws in the coating. I don't see any rubbing on there, just maybe a little dust. But yeah, very nice extrusions. All right, so we need a 440 30 30, and I need 3 of those. I'm seeing 3 of those, and then I need 4 475s. Pretty sure those are around somewhere. And then I need 2 with the 2 M8 holes. So I'm seeing the 2 M8 holes. I'm seeing the 3 440s. I need to find 4 475s. 4 475s. Just to make sure, I'm going to bring out the meter stick. We'll test how long these actually are. So I'm thinking these are 440s. And they are not. They're actually 475s. So these are 475s. There's supposed to be 4 of these. So those are 475s. These are the other ones that we needed. And then I need to find the 4th 475, and I need 3 440s. So let's see what these are here. So these extrusions are, those are 3 440s. Okay, so we need those. And then there's only 3 of these. There's another 475 somewhere. So that's your 440. It's another 440. And this is the last one here. Okay. Let's see. We'll open up another long parts kit. We need another 475. Let's see what this one is before I open this up. That looks like it right there. Yep. So in the 3rd package is where the other 475 is. So that guy there. And we need to do 28 of these T-nut things. Okay, so we got the 3 440s, we have the 4 475s, and then the 2 475s with the M8 holes. Sure, the quick connector set screws are facing the same side as the M8 screw head holes. Okay, good to know. And then I need 5 of the 540s. So that must be the other long kit here. Yeah, so 5 of these. So this is where that other 475 was. So that one and that one. I almost want to label these because I'm really nervous about mixing them up. I usually do that when I build a Voron. I'll label all the parts with, well, Voron uses letters to label their extrusions. It looks like RatRig is using length. So a bit of tape on each one would not be a bad idea. I'm already starting to lose track. So if I do it the way that I like to do it, I'll put them all together. And then I'll just put the tape on like so. And then I get out the marker. So I'll put a piece of tape across like that. And I'll just get out the marker and I'll write on here. And I've already forgotten. The long ones are 540s. So 540. 4 times. And we still need to find number 5. So I'll write that on there, and then we'll take the razor knife and just cut in between. Like that. And now everything is labeled and we didn't have to tear off a bunch of pieces. And we'll do that with the rest of these here. So we have 475s. So again, piece of tape. And we'll do it like that. 475. 475. Make the cut. And we'll do the same for all 4 of those. While we're doing this mundane work to be organized, what are you guys' thoughts on the project? A little bit of an older build per se. There's a lot of new stuff coming out there. This one is about a year old since it was announced, but I'm not seeing a lot of traffic on it as far as posts or social medias or anything like that. Hello, Iconic Fab. Thanks for joining us today. Always appreciate you being here. How's your build going? I know you were doing, you were just doing a build as well. A boron, I think. And we need 440s for those. Did you get it finished? Is it printing well? But like I was saying, not a lot on the RatRig lately. They just released their rat pack for this machine. So you got to think like a year later, they're releasing a filter for it. So they're actively developing things. I mean, the IDEX kit didn't come out until I think December. November, December. So they're still doing things for this machine. It's just not as active as some other stuff. We need another 540, right? Because we need 5 of those. We'll get the meter stick over here. Yeah, that's that last one there. Let's try to slide this out. Yeah, and then the other 4 should be our uprights, I believe. So this is our last 540 here. Good morning, Keela. Everybody's doing well. We're building a RatRig because of you. We're on Keela and Jeremy's stream yesterday and we're talking, and I was looking for, she was asking me what I was gonna do because I said I was gonna take a break from the box turtle, and I said dealer's choice. She didn't by name recommend the the RatRig build, but it was one of the things I've been wanting to do for a while. And it's always cool. I'd rather build a printer than accessories for printers. So this is more my speed. So maybe in honor of Keela, that will be the name of this. We'll name this printer Keela. High maintenance, high dollar, high class machine. But we're not going to print pink. Not because I wouldn't, but because I didn't think about it. And we've already printed parts. So. All right. So we have our things. We need to put these quick connectors in there. So I have to find those. High class, yes, not high dollar. I don't know. I think you like nice things. I definitely do. What are these things even called? Quick connectors? I hope they're labeled that. They look like that. And we have to do that to both ends. So, making that bigger so I could see Kind of need to do that. Okay. We'll make sure. Yeah, check out Lee Marie 3D on YouTube. They stream Tuesdays and Saturdays. I try to catch the majority of their things. The Tuesday is a little difficult for me. I work. I don't get home until 6 p.m. Pacific, and you guys are often already streaming by the time I get home from work. I would stream at work, but there's not any service in my building. So I can almost not even get text messages. Like my wife will text me and they'll come in 5 or 10 minutes afterwards. So I think she's just gone to calling me at the office and seeing how that goes. Yo, Jeremy, happy Sunday. Thanks for being here. We're building the RatRig. I decided we're going to name it Kilo. She says she's not high dollar, but high class. So maybe we'll call it the Lee Marie then, since Jeremy's the high dollar one, which I totally relate to. And then Kilo is the nice one. So how about that? Jamming our signal? Kind of. It's, you know where I live. And so it's more that than it is anything else. So I need to pull this over so we can open up this box. We're going to need some parts out of here. I have no idea what's in here. Kilo's the mean one. I can see that. I meant nice as far as like classy. So I would have totally printed this in Stardust if I had a second spool of Stardust. I know that I won one off of your stream and I chose Stardust for that from West 3D, Ambrosia. And I meant to grab a second spool. And because there's so much CNC on this thing, I probably don't need 2 spools. But I think I'd rather have it. I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to go back and reprint all the parts, but it's one of those deals. You're excited? Yeah, same. This is the bomb here. Sorry, I just showing my address all over the place. This is the bomb. So if you want to know base kit back in, April of last year, that's what you're looking at. So that's just the kit and then the shipping costs. On par with other kits. Your normal LDO kit will cost you roughly that, $1,400. So these are 30-30 frame, 300 size, and you can get 400 or 500. Yeah, so this is all of the extra stuff that we need here. We got to play with Steven, very nice. How big is Steven's? You're talking Steven Machado, right? How big is his RatRig? Does he have the 500? I know you guys were looking at it on stream. I thought we were giving that one away. Yep, that's what we need. Another 4028. That's what she said. Yeah, so there's a lot of things in here, and I don't want to go through all of it, but hot end, there's another beacon. So maybe I didn't need the one that we showed off earlier. Motor cabling. There's, what is this? Looks like a spool holder. In the IDEX kit over there that we just looked at, this one is included. So they did drop one of those, and it comes with PTFE and everything else. There's some end stops in here, some extra parts. So if I were going to use the Rapido, you do have the bracket for that. Comes with that. And it did come with a Rapido in the kit as well. I'm just choosing not to use that. I'll save that for another project. Maybe we'll throw that on a Voron or, I don't know, something else. An Ender 3 to make it ridiculous. What he said, but it's big to me. Okay. I love it. You guys are going off in chat today. 4010 fan and a sticker all the way in the bottom. We're going to have to add that. I have a lot of stickers. I have a box full of stickers. That's our SSR. And They want you to use EBB 42. So it came with one, and then when you get the IDEX kit, assuming you get the electronics portion of it, you'll get another one of these. So there's one over there in the other box behind me. I'm not sure I want to use this, or if I want to use like a Nighthawk, or actually we do have in the bin below, I do have a few Orbitools that we could use. So I do have this ×2 because we have the 2 orbiters. So I'm kind of torn. Nighthawk, this thing, or the EBB 42. We'll leave it up to the chat. What do you guys think? Is your preference the Orbitool 2, the EBB 42, or should we use Nighthawks? That'll be your contribution to the stream. You get to decide what toolhead path we take. Keep in mind, RatOS supports the EBB 36 and 42 only. So if we were to use a Nighthawk or anything like that, it would not be supported natively by RatOS. Here's that power supply we're looking at. So the LRS 250 should be enough to do what we need it to do. And this is a WeHo brand. I'm seeing Rob C is saying Nighthawk. We do have a couple Nighthawks over here. So here's one here. So we have a Nighthawk, but it's a 36. So I have a couple of these. Hey JPP. Keela says Nighthawk is popular, but you also have PTSD. These should be pretty easy to set up. It's just another tool board that you have to put down inside the electronics bay. And we've already talked about how that's pretty small. So I don't know if there will be room for 2 of those tool boards down below, but you have the same problem on the Orbitool. It has a secondary tool board that you need to mount somewhere as well. The only difference would be on the 42, we could use a CAN bus breakout board, and that CAN bus breakout board will allow us to run both of those. So I could have, oh, that's heavy. That must be motors. We'll come back to that. Everyone loves Nighthawks, but you have a drawer full of EBB 36. Same. I sold off a lot of my EBB 36 to Josh Murrah, who was building a stealth changer. So I sold him, I think, 3 or 4 of them. But I still have like 1 or 2 laying around somewhere. Pretty cool. QR code for the build manuals. That's what we're looking at already. But if you need it, this is what it is. It is a tiny adapter, Rob. But the point is, you're going to still have sticker. You're still going to have, and business card. You're still going to have more things that you need to put in there. And once we get to that portion, and that's the rest of the box. Once we get to that portion, we can look at that. I'm not saying there's not room. I'm saying it'll be tight. All right, let's see what's in this big box, because we got to find this hardware. The EBB 36 are great. The 42 is the same. It's just square instead of circle. And the RatRigs are built for the square. So these are just square versions. They fit better on the mounts. So we look at the mounts. This is the stock mount. This will go on there. Probably this way though. And even the round motor, the EBB 36, if you put it at an angle where you're using the diagonal holes, it'll still fit on here. Just a bit more work to set up. Yeah, I mean, I don't think CAN is especially difficult. You just have to be methodical and work through the checklist of things. And then once you get it set up, flashing new firmware to it is super easy. You just throw a command line in the shell script and you're done. It's not too bad at all. We may just use the 42s. That's what it came with. I don't have to figure out mounting solutions for Nighthawks and things like that. This is intended for the 42s, and we have them. But then also I have no other purpose to use those things. Yeah, this is what we need. Look at all that hardware. I thought this was motors, but that bag of hardware, that's probably a solid 20 pounds of hardware. Even comes with cable sleeve. So this is the base parts kit. So if you order a kit, that's what you're going to get with any size that you order, is a base parts kit. So we'll need some stuff out of there. You've got, somebody was asking about XY joiners and stuff. This is the XY joiner set. So it has all the plates in here, V-core 4 plate set. And there are XY joiners right there. There's a top cap for the joiner here. And on the back, these are the motor mounts. But again, we're probably not going to use those. I know. Let's think I'm saying the same thing. 9mm belt. A bunch of foam tape for probably panels. So happy we're going to put you back to business, buddy. And then it comes with feet. Like really beefy 30-30 frame feet. So we will get to these today as well. And then there's some of that hardware that we were looking for. So keep that one out. And then this is the thing that I do like. It does come with its own steel wire. So this is that piano wire, 1mm by 1000. So 1 meter long of 1mm wire. I usually buy this on Amazon and add it to my printers later because it's not really a thing in the boron community. But it definitely helps keep your wiring up off the tool head and from binding on things. So this is just rigid enough to provide a really nice arc from the back of the machine to the tool head. And as things move around, it keeps it rigid. So I'm glad to see that they include this as standard. And there's more of this in the IDEX upgrade kit. Man, I just paper cut the shit out of myself. Well, it wouldn't be a build stream without bleeding everywhere. Let's see if we can find the rest of those 28 things. So again, some heat, not heat shrink, cable sleeve, felt pads. So because it's an IDEX kit, these felt pads, you're gonna like bend these in half and do whatever. And this is what it uses to keep from drooling all over the machine while you're waiting for the other tool head. Lots of hardware. I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed that it is not stainless or at least black oxide coated. This is that just normal black oxide coated steel. Eventually these will rust. So a little disappointed about that. These are, so the RatRig uses bed arms, so 3 bed arms. And on the V-core 4, they went away from pins and balls where the balls would slide across the pins. And this one they use kind of cups where things clip in. And that'll hold that in place. JPP says, is there a real advantage of USB or CAN toolhead boards? They work exactly the same as far as externally. The only difference is USB is plug and play. You plug it in and it acts like a camera or any other USB device that you would plug in. So there's really no setup to it. You just need to run 2 cables versus 1. You need 24 volt for power and all that stuff. That's going to run your motor and your hot end. And then you need that USB feed, so that 5 volt and data line going to the board. So you end up with 2 cables. Nighthawk is really nice that they've combined those 2 cables into one, so it looks like a CAN device, but it's not. The CAN device, you need a single cable with 4 leads on it. You'll have 2 leads for power and ground, so 24 volt and ground. Your other 2 are what we call CAN high and low, so basically data up and down. Functionally the same, the way that you set them up different. Lots of random hardware. Tell you what, let's just do it this way. Do you guys keep this stuff? I tend to keep all this paper. I print a lot of stuff. My mom is probably my biggest supporter, and she will, hey, my friend wants this thing, can you make her whatever, I'll pay you, blah, blah, blah. And I have sending stuff back to my mom all the time. And I appreciate her for supporting. But sometimes it gets a little much. So I keep the paper, I keep a lot of boxes to be able to ship things. And then also locally, I'll carry a lot of things to folks locally as well. This is one of the unique things about the RatRig ecosystem is they use these sort of like wobble sliders. So you have 2 brass pieces with like a Teflon plastic in between, and that allows a lot of lead screw wobble in there. Yeah, keep it for free packing. So excited to have that. But I do know that we have the Mandela Rosework version of this. And so we'll probably use those. That's what I'm using on the Trident, and it seems to work well. Yeah, they are Oldham couplers, or Oldham couplers. Yeah. But RatRig uses those for the V-core 3 and 4. So good to see that. These are plastic printed, what they call pillow blocks, but these go on top of the Z motors to keep things clean. I have seen that Mandela CNCs these. I may get it just to round out the kit. They're only 35 bucks, but that does come with the plastic versions here. These look to be injection molded plastic versions. Yeah, you guys keep a lot of hardware, or sorry, not hardware, boxes and stuff, as do I. So behind the door on over here, you'll notice there are a lot of boxes and stuff. That is why it's usually the smaller boxes that I want to keep. The small boxes, the paper, the bubble wrap stuff, I like to keep that. Okay, I think that's enough hardware. I think we'll be good for now with that. We'll keep this box on the table behind me. I do want to look and see what's in that other one, the smaller of the two. But so far, everything's been packaged really good. That's not normal. If you order a lot from AliExpress, you don't normally get a lot of good packaging. I don't know about you guys, but when I get stuff from them sometimes, it's often crushed. Like the box itself is just crushed, like somebody sat on it. And then oh, look at that. It came with these printed parts as well. I'm glad I already printed those. Ooh, and that's very nice. So these go on the hybrid kit. So the hybrid kit just adds 2 additional Y motors to the gantry to be able to accelerate it quicker. And you need these to update that. And it already has heat sets in there. These are all printed, probably off their farm. But I did already print these green parts on the bamboo. And I want to say pretty equivalent. Yeah, let's see. Let's take one of these out. So same part, just, you know, flipped one way or another. The green I used is slightly darker, but it's an equivalent print. And then bottom side, they get some rippling in the print here, but very good bridging over that hole. I'm about the same. My plate is also textured, so decent bridging there. Yeah, so pretty good. But it is definitely a different shade. Yeah, I didn't know that it came with these either. But again, this has been a year in the making. Keela, I think you guys got here a little late. I realize that it is Sunday and people sleep in. But we were going through some of the parts and stuff like that, and talking about the way forward on this build, and more motors. And it was a year ago at Rocky Mountain, that I ordered this kit. Sanat was able to get me on the early bird list. So ordered the kit. We're just now unboxing it for the first time. I've never been inside this, so most likely I forgot it even came with those parts. So this is the dual motor kit, so basically what the hybrid kit would be. That's why we had the 2 additional motors, and then this is a bunch of hardware for that. So we'll keep this box based on the conversation we were just having. And then a bunch of additional hardware here. So I'm seeing more motor plates. So this is what I was talking about too. It's like if you start with a Core XY and then you get their hybrid kit, you're going to have parts that you're not going to reuse. So instead of just printing everything from the start and having a bunch of extra parts and extra plastic parts that you printed, so it's waste of material, these plates are also going to be extra. I'm not going to use any of these. Yeah, hybrid kit adds extra motors to the Y, and so you get extra spacers. There's bearings in here, hardware, and then it comes with 2 additional 2209s, which we're also not going to use. With the motors, the motor drivers we're going to use on this machine, because we're using the Kraken, are going to be 5160s, and then 2240s for everything else. Why? Because that's what I have on hand. So I'm just going to tuck a bunch of this other stuff back in here, because I don't think I'm going to need a lot of it. So if you're counting, there's 2 motors for the hybrid upgrade. You have 3 motors for the Z kit. Mitsubishi makes, yeah, man, this should be a very fun build. I've seen the crazy stuff that you build. Those look like fun builds too, so I appreciate the confidence there. And then this is going to be the XY motors. However, big caveat, been saving this. We do have a set of these. So if you guys know what these are, throw it out in the chat. Focus. Focus. This printer is like 25 Gs? No, like 2,500 Gs. Come on. There's just so much to see in the screen, it doesn't want to focus. I'll tell you what, we'll go to the other cam. There you go. If you guys know what these are, drop it down below. So, look at that motor shaft. You're interested in the Krakens? Been asked a few times about them, but not sure how they compare to LDO motors. Yes, I know Kraken is also made by LDO. Yeah, so these are Kraken motors, but these are the Honey Badger version of them. So you can get these at Fabrico. They have batch 2 live on the site right now. So you can get pre-order for those. They come in at $45. So a little more expensive than normal motors, but they are cheaper than Krakens. They're 1.8 and they have an 8mm drive, and this is a long shaft. Challenge is, on the MRW parts that we got, does not accept the 8mm shaft, so I got to figure out a way to pull those bearings out of there. It has currently bearings installed in the top for stabilization on the motor, and those are keyed for a 5mm shaft. This is 8. I also need to get some 8mm pulleys. So 8mm pulleys, and then later, I can worry about shaft support on the end of this. Honey Badger Krakens, yes, absolutely. J Terry 3D says, does this come stock with LDO superpowers? I think the superpowers are the 2804s. Stock, these should be the 2504s, which are quieter, they whine less, and yeah, so these are the speedy power. This is the stock motor here, speedy power. So these are the 2504 with the long shaft, the 37mm shaft. Big boy, that's right. So these will be X and Y, and then again, hybrid kit. So you got 4 XY, and then 2 more for the Y. And then you have your Z's, which matter a lot less, but I want to say these are also 2504s. Okay, so that's all of that. We got the big boy motors that we may or may not use. I got to figure out a solution. May reach out to Wade at Mundella and see if we can figure out a way forward on those motor mounts. Otherwise, we'll see if we can customize something. This is going to be a longer term build, maybe a month or more. But why though? What are the benefits? Faster, or just to say yours is bigger? All of the above, Keela. Mine are bigger, but also a thicker shaft, 8mm shaft. You can run higher belt tension on these without bending or breaking the shaft. And then also, they can handle 3 amps. So if you're going to run a 5160 at 48 volts, you can run the max amperage on this if you wanted to. Keep in mind that's going to induce more heat into the motor, etc., etc. So we have to figure out a way to keep these cool. But you can go up to 3 amps, so you have a lot of headroom. And then also, these motors come with built-in thermistors. So this is the motor wiring. And I realize it's kind of a mess, but you'll notice that there are the typical 4 wires, but then you have these additional twisted pair of white wires. That is for your thermistor. So you can run temperature on these at the same time. So you get a lot of capability if you want it. And we'll see if we can make that a reality. You can push the Kraken or Honey Badger motors to higher amp than the LDO Superpower. Yeah, so the Superpower limited to 2.5 amp. Krakens or Honey Badger ones go to 3 amp. I'll put all of that back in there. We're supposed to be building a frame today. We're talking about parts. But that's good. I think it's good to introduce all of the stuff that we're going to be doing because there's probably a lot of questions. And then if I cover it here, we can just refer people back to this stream when they're asking about parts and stuff. So that's that. And there was one more thing. Yeah. Last bit of parts to show off. We've got one of these. So this is the X gantry in black. Also from Fabrico, and I love that they 3D printed the end caps on this. So, but what this is, bigger motors last longer? I don't know. Maybe. I've never had a motor not keep up. I've never had one die if I wasn't abusing it. But this is the lightweight X-axis for the RatRig. This is not a Toro tube. This one is, I want to say aluminum, but it's kind of like a Toro tube. It's just a square tube, but super lightweight. It's from Span System. I want to say you can get this at Fabrico. I'm pretty sure that's where I got it. So we'll need to adjust the XY joiners to accept that because right now RatRig uses the they use the 2020 extrusion as their as their X gantry, which is heavier obviously than this guy. So we're going to run a lightweight gantry with hybrid motors. Should be pretty quick if we were doing single tool head, but the plan is to go IDEX and we'll see what happens. It's not printing by the end of the stream. We'd be disappointed. Just another 3D print guy. I guess you're gonna have to come back for more, man. And I've disappointed a lot of people in my life. You're not the first. Hope that X-beam is rigid enough. So do I. We'll find out. So this is an option. We do have the original 2020, and then behind the scenes, I'm potentially working on getting a titanium tube, which would be more rigid. It'll be solid instead of hollow like this one, and it'll have inserts in it so that we can bolt directly to the tube. And we'll go that route if and when we get there. So again, long-term project. This is going to be several weeks of streaming to get through it. The goal today is to get through the frame. So that's the goal. Worst case, I've got a length of carbon tube that I've had for a long time. This is like a meter long of carbon tube that we could cut and modify and use if we wanted. That is a high temp carbon tube. I got a long length so that I can use it for 2 printers. It should be enough for 2 300mm or smaller printers. So that's an option. And we'll see what we got. I have a bunch of other things and stuff over there on the shelf, but that's where we are. Just use the 2020. Why? Oh, because you're boring. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there. If I'm being honest and transparent, I'm a little concerned that when I run the IDEX, that having two tool heads on there will add a lot of deflection and load to that beam. I'm a little concerned that it might flex and or resonate and or bend over time. But if I think about how the RatRig is built, it does have that steel rail going across the top to add rigidity. The lightweight X-beam is only to support that rail from left to right. So we'll see. I think sometimes in 3D printing, we try to gnat's ass the smallest, 0.02% of things when, 99% of the time, whatever we're doing is going to be fine. So we'll see. Maybe I'll retract my words, eat my hat, as Boothie would say. We'll see. What are my thoughts on the carbon tubes? Yeah, my thoughts are, so the Trident behind me, this one here, it runs a carbon X tube. And if you saw my post on that one, I did a short where we were doing some speed tests, and it was running 20K at 500 millimeters per second. No issues. I had pretty good input shaper graphs. It's going to be weird anyway with a quad XY gantry like that. And the rails are C-bore rails, so they're not top-end rails or anything, but I was still getting beautiful prints at 20K XL, 500 millimeters per second on a carbon tube with really good X and Y input shaper graphs. So does it matter? I mean, it depends. I'm not necessarily building this to be a speed demon, although it could be. If I didn't do IDEX and I ran all four 2804s, or sorry, all four Kraken motors, it could be a speed demon. But again, that's not necessarily what I'm going for. All good questions though. Things that we all think about, that we all want to know, but we don't really discuss in an open forum. So appreciate the questions. And again, these are my thoughts on it. I'm not a motor expert or anything like that. I'm definitely not a input shaper expert, but real world application wise, I've not seen issues with a carbon fiber gantry. I have heard that some people, like when you go high chamber temperatures, that they're having issues with the carbon fiber delaminating or things like that. That is a concern, but that's a high temp tube. I often do not run over roughly 60 C in the chamber anyway. And from what I understand, 80 C is kind of where you start to see those issues. So if you're building a Doom Cube or a high temp printer machine because you want to print peak, I do not. That's where you would see it. Favor extreme quality versus speed? I would agree with that. I'd rather have extreme quality at kind of a moderately quick speed. Bamboos are fast enough for me. That Elegoo is fast enough for me. A standard Voron is kind of like medium fast. I think they print around 150-ish, 120-ish millimeters per second all day long with no issues. And that's fine. Just depends on what you want to do. You get more internet points if you do the fast speed though. Trying to figure out why the music is not going for you guys. Not sure. It says it's playing, but I don't see any things. Whatever. Back to the build. All right, so we have the things we need to add. All of these inserts. Get some tools. Need one of those, and I need one of these. So connectors go in on both sides, and then I guess I'm just finger tightening these. I've never used these before, so I'm kind of excited to see what that looks like. You can hear the music faintly. Okay, let's add a couple points. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it on the stream at all. The music you might be hearing, JPP, is those printers going crazy over there. Quality over velocity for you guys. Keela, I think you guys print a lot of parts too for like PIF and all that. I'd love to get into that. I have enough. You can hear it if you turn to 60. Yeah. I'm not trying to blow eardrums. I'd rather have it faint. I'm not a very loud spoken person anyway, so I'd rather you hear what we're talking about versus the music. Music should be background. It should not be primary. All right, so that looks to be enough for 28. We'll see. I'm not seeing any like set screws though. So I can put this in there, but there's no sets. Oh, it's already installed. Okay, so the set screw is already in. I have to take each one out. Come on. Take each one out and Loctite it and put it all back in. Now the box is gone, I can see the table more. Borrow that from the motel. This one? This is an offcut of a countertop. Rather not have music. That's good, Ryan Thorpe. No, I did not steal this from a hotel. This came from a countertop place. I went and bought some of their scrap stuff. I just know, so there are O-rings on here. They have O-rings on the end of this. Come on. And that's going to hold it into the thing. You do a lot of boring parts. Hit Jeremy up, might take you up on that bring some parts to Remurf. Okay. We can talk about it after stream today. Yeah, but that little O-ring, it kind of like, it adds a little bit of a spring to the end of the T-nut, or I think that's what that's called. Ah, but that's annoying. You have to back out every single one of these to install it. I wish they would have just had these separate in the bag. Yeah, so I have to back those out to put it in there to do the T-nut. And then it kind of holds itself like so. And we're gonna do 28 of those. Oh, just messing with me? Yeah, I know it. I know it. I razz Jeremy all the time on stream too. And Zombie a little bit. So I don't mind taking a little bit of razzing as well. I guess the good thing is that these are pretty simple to put together. Slightly easier than the M5 and the T-nut that we're used to. Even though I do kind of like the T-nuts that slide in with the little ball and they kind of lock in place and they stay where they're supposed to be. I do like those. Ryan says he never razzes anybody on stream. I mean, it makes the stream fun. I don't think most people don't mind as long as, you know, it's playful stuff. I can get really bad. I work with a bunch of dudes and we fly airplanes, and it's one of those things that you have to have thick skin. It's the nature of the job. And if you don't have thick skin, you kind of don't last very long. You tend to hate the job and people leave. A little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's the culture there. Move some of this over. Look really beefy. They are. I feel like if you've ever built IKEA furniture, it's kind of the same deal. So this will go into the hole in the extrusion, and then the pin part of it has that notch, and so that goes in the end of it like so, and then you just tighten down the set screw, and then it kind of centers itself and pulls that T-nut into the place it needs to be. I'm a little worried that how far this pulls in, is that going to be enough to pull the extrusions tight? I don't know. I would imagine that there would have been a fix by now if that did not work as intended. So I think it'll be fine. Somebody said big boy planes. Yeah. Do I fly aeroplanes? I ride in aeroplanes. I'm not a pilot. If you've ever seen, I'll pull it up here in a second. I'll show you what I do. It looks fantastic and fun and all that stuff. I got it. You know, if it's your first time seeing it, it's impressive, no lie. But for those doing it, just like anything, when it's a job, it becomes normal after a while. So I'll show you guys what I do just to answer the question, but for me it's not a big deal and something that I particularly like talking about all the time. Like everything else, it's a job. I get paid like anybody else to do a thing. So I'll show you here what I do. I'd rather show the picture than to try to explain it. When I was trying to explain this to my wife, she was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So this is what I do. This is my airplane, the big one. That's what I fly. Obviously, you can see what I do. So this is what we do here. And of course, it's going to be an ad. But picture-wise, that's what I do. And it's fun. It's the most fun I've ever had. You can go on YouTube and see a bunch of videos from a bunch of people talking about this stuff. But yeah. I'm not gonna share any personal pictures about things and stuff, but if you want to see it, you can go see that stuff. That's like airplane doing it. Yeah. So we're roughly 50 feet away from each other when we call it in-flight refueling or air refueling. And I get to do that, and they pay me to do it. It's a lot of hand-eye coordination. You have to shoot a three-pointer every time. If you fall short, that's bad. It can break things and people. So we try not to do those things. Let me move this camera down a little bit. It's driving me nuts. I'm trying to give you guys a good view, and I just noticed that I'm not doing a great job. So we'll move it like that. So that's what, does it ever break off? I mean, ever is a long time. There has been several times where things have come off. I wouldn't say it's common, and it's not like, you know, we shoot for that, but it happens, sure, from time to time. What we do is dangerous, yes. We try not to break it off though, because then that's a bad day for everybody. You have to go answer to the man on why you're dumb and why you suck at your job. So we try not to. All right, just checking the thing there to make sure that we go right. So this is the one that they pointed out. So these holes here for the crossbeam, I want to say these go at the bottom of the back because there is a vertical piece here for the rear Z-arm. And I want to say that's why that is that way. We'll find out. But these holes here need to go in this way. All the other ones, it doesn't matter. You can go either side. But on this one in particular, you want to go through the front here. So I was just checking the instructions to make sure that I was doing things that I thought were correct. Well, Ryan, what do you do for work? Actually, everybody in the chat, what do you guys do for work? I'm sure there's some cool jobs out there. There's a lot of things I wish I could do, like Walmart greeter. That seems like a good job. Hello, good morning. Want to come say hi? No? Machinist. Ryan, you machine things? Can you machine me an X-axis? Since you guys are giving me crap about it bending. How long have you been a machinist, Ryan? Jeremy, I love it. What's your name? What's your stage name? Since 2010, so about 15 years as a machinist. That's pretty cool. I've been doing what I do since 2017. So you've been a machinist longer than I've been doing my job. But I've had several jobs. This is just my latest. What are you looking for? Shanika. Oh, okay. Rob does HVAC and electrical. My stepdad does that. He's been doing that like my entire life, as far as I know. So, probably like, what's that, 40 years? I know. I need to do a lot to that motorcycle. Yeah, maybe after stream today, I'll take it out and wash it. I need to wash the car too. Jolton Jeremy. How about Juicy Jeremy? That works. You like that one? You can have it. It's free. Walmart greeter would be great. Yeah. Walmart greeter would be great. No responsibility. All I need to do is say hi to people. This one keeps falling out. Sleepy Jeremy. I don't know how Jeremy does all of the things that he does and then comes on stream and streams for 2-3 hours a couple times a week, plus projects behind the scenes. This streaming stuff is not easy. I mean, it's easy, right? Functionally easy, but all of the prep work that goes into it, like I'm out here an hour before just to make sure that things are working. And that doesn't include all of the printing and making thumbnails and everything else that you got to prep to be here for actual stream day. So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I had to learn to be able to get out here. Welcome back, JPP. Yeah, I thought you were leaving. I thought you had to go to work or something. Are you just catching from the office? Yeah, some of these inserts have like on the hole side where the pin is supposed to go through, they have like burrs and whatnot, so it's not smoothly going in there. So you see me fumbling around a little bit, and you got to do it on both ends, so it's a lot of moving around. All the stuff you mentioned, like the thumbnails, description, yeah, you'll notice I had a very short description on this one because I forgot to do it last night. And I'm gonna take my jacket off real quick. It's getting warm out here. So hopefully the audio stays pretty good and you can hear me. Sorry if you're hearing a bunch of shuffling, but I need to take my jacket off. It is warm. But yeah, I was making the thumbnail and stuff yesterday. Had to come take photos. So yeah, you got to stage everything, take the photo, put it back on the stream, set it up, write the description, all that stuff. But the streaming part of it is the easy part. Standing here building right now, this is the easy part. So if you guys just heard a bunch of noise, I do apologize. I had to move the mic. Another one of the challenges of being out here. So if I need to adjust the volume or whatever, let me know. Captain Kern was an admin and wireless network engineer for 25 years. That's pretty cool, man. I've been at my current company for 23 years almost. August will be 23. So I definitely feel your pain on longevity of service. And when you say your body gave out, what do you mean? Like your fingers don't work anymore to do IT? Is that what you're saying? would require you to have an office to go to. You just work from home at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I remember, JPP, you were saying that you were like doing gunsmithing stuff when I jumped on your stream, and we did that chat and chill or whatever you want to call it. But I didn't understand that you had worked from home. Yeah, so like this, right? I'll show you this. We'll go overhead cam. This is one of the downsides I'm running into. So that has a huge burr on the inside. So that one I can push out of there pretty easily. But some of these have the burr like right at the edge of the hole, and it's like fully attached. The one I just tried to put in had a burr on both sides, so it couldn't even flip it around to do a thing. That's pretty annoying. And I get it, that's part of the thing, but for a kit like this, you would think that they'd use a little bit better material. I need to pull that burr out of there. Oh, your nerves? Yeah, that sucks, Captain Kern. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, look at that burr. That was inside of that, whatever the barrel part is called. Make sure that goes in the trash. It would suck to get lodged in your hand. This kit is way too expensive to have to deal with stuff like that. That's what I'm saying, Ryan. I don't have this issue with LDO stuff. Their stuff is again, you know, comparable in price. But they give you overages on hardware though, so you get an extra 10% when you order the hardware. Because things like that, there are going to be things when you mass produce metal parts, they're not going to be perfect, and so I've thrown away T-nuts and screws that were, you know, threads were jacked up or whatever. It's part of it. I'm not mad about that. What I'm saying is that I don't know that I have extra pieces of these, and so for some to be jacked up like this one here, we'll go back to the overhead. For them to be jacked up like this one here, that burr at the very top right there, that's going to stop me from putting the pin through. Luckily, I can go to the other side, and that one's better, but some of them are not. And when that happens, I can't really use it. Yeah, so we got those done now. So 475s are done. Let's work on the 440s. Trying to find a way around it. I mean, that's all we do, man. Like, getting older sucks. And I don't know how old you are, but if you've been doing IT for 25 years, you're at least my age, maybe a little more, maybe around 45 at least. Yeah, so I can't even push that in there because of that burr. This black band on the pin needs to be up against the extrusion, and because of that burr, I can't. So we push that all the way out the bottom, and then try to flip it. Let's see if I can kind of use the tool to knock it out of the way. Just using the shaft of that Allen key to round out the inside and see if that works. Because this shape doesn't necessarily matter. It just needs that pin. It holds the pin in, and this needs to be able to slide through. So if there's slop in there, it doesn't matter. This should self-center in that divot and pull things in. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm just now noticing it though. The ends of the extrusion do look very, very nicely cut and machined. Those are absolutely straight. No issues with those at all. We'll see how that turns out. 48, yeah, 48. Nerve damage is one of those things, like there's no fix for that. I mean, you can't just go get new nerves. And unfortunately, with the medical system that we have, even if there was a fix, it would be crazy expensive. So, I don't know, that's a tough one. Like, a lot of people that do what I do, they end up with bad backs and bad necks, or bad knees, things like that. Just being military, you do a tough job where you get beat up pretty well. And I mean, you could do a new knee, you could do, you know, things for your back. There's nothing you can really do for your nerves. How old is your maturity? Oh, I mean, Ryan, if he's anything like me, we're probably like 6 years old. I play mature on stream only because we need to get work done. But I could sit here and smoke and joke with the best of them. I mean, honestly, that's kind of what we spend the majority of Saturday doing. Fridays at work largely are slower. We typically won't fly. And so it's kind of hanging out, finishing up paperwork type stuff to get ready for the weekend. And so we, you know, play around. Not as productive on Fridays all the time. About 13, but body is 44. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Body is 41, and maturity level is 13. But I try to stay fit. That helps avoid injury for me. Do have a little bit of a shoulder thing going on that I'm trying to get taken care of. But outside of that, been pretty good. You know, I've had a few broken bones doing dumb stuff, and I dislocated my shoulder, and you know, had a hand injury a few times. I'm always getting cuts and bruises. I've broken some fingers and whatnot, but no serious issues so far. Still working on it. What kind of dumb stuff? Well, I was running downstairs, for example. I was running down some stairs, and I missed a step, broke my ankle. I was, at one point, I was a special ops guy, and we do specific types of airdrops. And I was preparing one of those, and I was cutting some extra cable, or not cable, like extra textile stuff with a very sharp knife, and I cut right through my finger. There was another time we had some time off in another country, and we went sledding, and somehow my hand got under the sled, and I broke my pinky, so it kind of went like that. Let's see, I crashed my motorcycle and broke 4 ribs and earned a concussion. What else? I've got a scar on my right elbow that I fell on I was walking through a forest on a hike or something, and I fell, and a stick kind of went through me there. So, I mean, I'm a clumsy individual. What happened to my Chrome? All right, so we did that. We're good there. Life is chaotic around lineman work and works at West, but I help with printed parts orders and streams. I know, I need you to do my stream thumbnails, Keela. Come on now, stop holding out on me. I'm joking, obviously, you don't have to do that. My wife always tells me that she would help me do stuff and things, and she's like, oh, all you gotta do is set up your website, and like, I'll run it for you and do all this stuff. She hasn't done anything for me as far as that goes. She does a lot for me. She'll drop packages off at the post office and whatever, but the actual website stuff, no dice. Okay, so have the following extrusions and frame jig near me. Okay, no problem. We had a battle whose thumbnail was better. Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that on Saturday. I only compete with myself, and to be honest with you, I don't care about those things. I'm streaming right now today, and for the foreseeable future, because I want to, and it helps me get projects done, not because I care about click-through rates. But you guys are on a different level, and those things matter to you all. You need the data to make informed decisions, so that's great. Yeah, plus you do all the house chores and cooking. Yeah, my wife's the same way. She's a stay-at-home mom, although the kids do go to school, and I'm a full-time person where I work full-time. So I'm doing anywhere from 55 to 65 hours a week, most weeks. And so then I'm out here on Saturday prepping for this, and then stream for a few hours on Sunday. So time is very tight. I almost did not stream today because of all the things going on. I didn't know that I would be ready. Definitely may forego next week because the wife's birthday is on Monday. We are celebrating next weekend. We just don't know if that's going to be Saturday or Sunday. So depending on how it goes, we may or may not stream. We'll see. So Keela, you guys had the battle. Who actually has the better click-through rate? Is it you or Jeremy? Trying to teach your wife how to run your merch and mod on lives. It's been interesting. Captain Kern, I would love to see some of your merch, man. Can you tell us where to find it? I like supporting the community. I'm such a good time. That's a lot. You have a little downtime. Don't feel bad for me. It is by choice that I stay as busy as I am. I absolutely love what I do. And so if that means I have to work overtime to take care of people and do some cool stuff, then that's what I will do. So don't feel bad for me about that. Just getting the channel started. Yeah, JPP tracking. If I can do anything to help out, let me know. Yeah, that's a great idea, JPP. Like for the Lee Marie channel, you guys kind of do like a behind the scenes. Hey, this is how we do this, and this is how we set up that. These are the tools that we use to generate thumbnails or descriptions or whatever tricks of the trade that you guys have. I think that'd be pretty interesting for you guys. Not only are you a 3D printing channel where you 3D print stuff and do mods and upgrades, but you guys also kind of run a side hustle YouTube thing. So I think there's a market for a little bit of that as well. And then you're a mod, yeah, that helps out. But not on your own. This is a one-man show over here. Again, it is not to grow and get crazy huge and sponsored and all that stuff. If those things happen, great. But that is not the goal of this one. Yeah, Captain Kern, please make sure to come and say hi. I don't know what your face looks like. You obviously get to see mine. I have no idea who you guys are. So if you see me at Remurf, please come and talk. I like to chat and put names and faces together. So if you see me, come say hi. Don't be shy. So we did all the 475s and the 440s. We did not do the 540 yet. Okay, so we need to do some more now. Okay, and I do have the part for the alignment. Captain Streams to take a peek at his face. I haven't caught one of his streams. I need to probably go back and do that. Let me pull out the rest of these extrusions here. It's talking about a 540, and then there's a 3060 somewhere, but I don't have a 3060. I wonder if that's in the other extrusion box. I really don't know. I mean, but obviously all of these are going to need the same connections, so we might as well do that, right? That makes sense. Just banging around on the desk over here. Sorry, guys. Take a look. You're the ugliest guy on the internet? No, you're not the ugliest guy on the internet. That's Jeremy. We established that yesterday. A Q&A on Tuesday while you're sorting screws. Keela, that's a great idea. A Q&A would be cool. How would you manage all the Q&A though? Even right now, looking at this thing alone, but also I'm working, so maybe that has something to do with it. It's hard to keep up with everything that's happening at the same time while trying to work. I know that you guys have a little bit different setup. Jeremy does a lot of the working stuff, and then you do a lot of the talking stuff. So maybe a little easier for you guys. I don't know. I'm just curious about that. How the Q&A would be organized in a way that you could answer questions. Unless you can keep up with chat just fine. I don't know. So we get the long extrusions out. These ones are a little different. They have the side holes there that I don't know what those are for, but let's see if I can take a second to catch up with you all. JPP says the plan is to get the Swamp Dog channel back up and going around August if the printing channel is going steady. So you plan to have 2 channels. That sounds like a lot. 1 channel is enough for me. Love the V-core. If you give up building this printer, it would be great for a blunt force trauma. It would, Steven. Steven, since you're here, welcome. Thank you. I don't remember, what size is your RatRig? Is it a 400? You keep up pretty well, Keela? That's great. Like I said, I'm a one-man show, trying to do it all. These are the long extrusions. It wants me to put hardware into the end of these. And it says well, quick connectors don't make sense. We've already done that on the 540s. These ones must be the 750 T-slot milled extrusion. So I have those there, 750. I need to label that. Make sure that I'm not crazy here. Legit, this right here is the only thing I do with this meter stick, is to either measure out wiring when I'm making a wire loom, or I measure extrusions with it. I have a tape measure, but it's out in the car. So this meter stick is the only thing I do, and I got this at Harbor Freight. It's a Pittsburgh meter stick. But yeah, these long ones are 750. These with the extra drilled holes are also 750. You actually need a thumbnail for tomorrow. Maybe I could do a Canva walkthrough. Dude, that would be great. If you did a short, that would be cool. That would help the channel as well. I don't know if a short would be long enough to do what you want to do, but I also use Canva. That's the one that made the thumbnail for today. And I think everything except one of my streams I've used Canva. I tried something different on one of them, and I didn't like it. I used it anyway because I was in a time crunch, but Canva is nice, and it's, I think, $100 a year. It does more than thumbnails. It can do all of your, it can make entire PowerPoint briefs if you wanted to do that. It can do Instagram posts. So if you're a creator of any kind where you need to make a graphic or whatever, Canva is great for you. I'm trying to remember what size, 750. I almost wrote 4 something on here because I was talking. Yeah, so if you missed it, this is what we're doing. Single piece of tape across. I rate the number on there however many times I need, and then I just cut in between the extrusion gently, and then we get it separate, and I don't have to, you know, make a bunch of pieces of tape separately. But I'm going to put these on the desk out of the way. They're way too unwieldy. Beans, that's true. What? Ryan, do you go by Beans or Ryan or just another 3D printing guy or all the above? I'm so confused. What is your preference? My favorite thing Keela does on streams is she's always playing with whatever Jeremy needs. Yeah, I've noticed that too. That's why, so my 6-year-old does that to me. She was out here yesterday when I was printing and building stuff. She doesn't come out right now because that gets to be a lot. She doesn't understand. She's just having a good time, but she would want to play with the tape right now, and I need it right now, or she would steal the driver that I need and be across the garage working on something else, and I kind of needed it at that moment, and I'm thinking I'm crazy because I can't find it, but in reality she's just playing with it, and I can't get mad at her. She's having a good time. I love that she wants to hang out, because after a while they don't want to hang out anymore. You don't know why you do that? Probably because it's whatever's closest. Keela, we got to make you some fidget toys. He said every single time. Yeah, it's good and bad. It happens. But it's all love, man. It's all love. Okay. All right, so we got the M4 holes. Those looked smaller than that, but I guess that's right. And then you have the extrusion, the 3060 540 long. We got to find that one. You're really liking the new hex drivers? I noticed those, the orange ones. I think I had I found a set on Amazon. I think they are the same ones that you guys got. Is that the one? The orange handle one? I call them the jelly bean handles because that's what it looks like to me. The jelly bean handles. If you guys got them on Amazon, I have them in my cart. I meant to ask Jeremy to confirm if that was the same one, but I really like those. I want those. I have the long handle and the short handle version of the LDO ones. So yeah, I have these shorties that I get from LDO in, you know, square tip, and then we also have the ball tip version, and then I have these longer versions, all from LDO. I'll just keep those in the drawer over there. Jeremy would be looking for like 5 minutes. Yeah. Steven says his wife, like my wife in video games, I reset my Blizzard password more than I change pants. I don't know what Blizzard is, I'll be honest. There's another box on the table over here. That is all of the, what is this? This is so many things. Excuse my mess while I clean up. There's another box of hard parts on the table. I'm just trying to find a place for this. Sweet, thanks for dropping the link, Jeremy. I think that's the same one. We'll take a look at it right now. So this is the link that Jeremy just dropped in the chat. Thank you, sir. Yeah, this is it. This is the one that I have in my cart here. So I have them over here. So 38 bucks gets you the 3-piece set. So roughly, what is that? About $13 a pop. You get the 1.5, 2, and 2.5 millimeter set. They also have these drivers. Let's see. Those are pretty good. So is that like an M3 nut driver, and then the same Allen key tip ones, and then you have the other one with the ball end. I think I might have to get both. I might have to get the ball end and the square end. Yeah, so we'll add these as well. We'll get those later. No thanks. We'll get those later. Thanks for dropping the link. Keel likes to play with the LDO ones. They're good. The LDO ones are great. Hands down, best hex drivers you ever used are the Wheeler ones. Used on the TV show, been meaning to get a set. Wheeler ones, I haven't seen those. MIP Thorpe drivers are good. I've never heard of those either. I don't think you guys have rights to drop links in the chat, but I'll check those out later. So normally my thing is like I'll build here for a couple of hours with you all, and we'll talk trash while building, and then I will go in the house and normally just go back and review the stream and anything that you guys had mentioned or talked about or whatever. I'll go back and research that. I also do it to, cause you gotta think of it this way. This is my thought process. If I am going to stream and actually be good at this thing, even the folks that win the Super Bowl, they go back and review the game tape. If you're not going back and reviewing the stream to make it better, see what sucks, try to learn, ask questions, you're missing a lot of expertise. So go back, review the game tape, and that is true of anything that you do that you want to be good at. Go back, review the performance, go back and review the data. But that, again, that involves you capturing all the data and then going back and looking at it when you have a clear head and a clear mind. So that is what I normally do. I'll go back and watch the stream. Yeah, so the last bit of extrusion we need is this one here. And that is a beefy boy. So a 50-60, 30-30 that we need to put into the other extrusions. That's probably, so the only extrusions I've seen that are bigger than this are when I built the Stinger. The Stinger has a 30, what is that? A 3090 y-axis. So basically add another 30 onto this. So just put another stick on the side of there, and that is the y-axis on the Stinger. totally overkill. Adds a huge amount of mass to the printer, which is good. And the y-axis is a carbon fiber bed carriage and build plate. So the carriage itself is only, I don't know, 100 and something grams. So super lightweight. And then you put it on a rigid gantry like that with 15, or sorry, no, they are MGM-12s. MGM-12 linear rails. It is definitely over the top. But it was a fun build, and it all the video you've seen on it where it's super fast, absolutely true, hands down. Super fast. Fastest machine I own. What else is in here? There's, what is that, more extrusion at the bottom? What is that? Oh no, those are those look to be panels for, is that the bottom panel? Happy? If you're still here, I stand down. I think I do have bottom panels. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to unbox all the rest of that. We do need to hold on to that guy. All right. All right, so we got the other three. Nothing to do with that as far as hardware goes. Floor plates. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Floor plates. So when we first started, Happy was in the chat, and I thought that what you're calling floor plates are the thing that I needed him to cut for me, but it looks like they may be in the box, unless those are panels for the enclosure, the electronics enclosure. Okay, so for this one, the front, it's having us deal with those weird extrusions first. I'm gonna mark the front and rear of this because I don't want to be confused. So these extrusions here, holes need to be this way, the rear would be back here, and obviously the front on the other end. So I'm going to mark those with some tape. I'm just going to mark the front. And so what I do to do this is I'll just take a piece off. I go to the front side, I'll put that on there like so. And then the way that I do this, because it makes sense in my brain, it's what I do at work. I do arrows that point to where the front is. Oh, you are here. Got you on the TV. I love it, man. That's awesome. What are you working on in the shop today? I think you probably heard then. I probably don't need those floor panels like I thought. I still do need side panels though, so I'm still gonna hit you up. I just don't know that I need what I thought I did pretty quick. So we got time for the other panels. Am I doing both? What I don't know is if I'm doing both extrusions this way, so we'll see. Dust collector took a dump. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe I'm only doing one, and then on the other side it flips the other way, the opposite way. I do like that they added the front font in there so you still know, because they're zooming in so close that it's hard to tell what is front and back. And then we do the other thing mirrored. So, okay, this is the other one. So this would be the second, and basically it's flip-flopped. So if this is the original over here that we already did, then the other one would be opposite. So the holes here would go that way for the right side. And then we can mark that to front. I'm just gonna make sure that we're thinking about that right. It's hard to tell. I mean, if they're mirrored, that makes sense to me. Yeah, so if the rear is here and I spin it around, the holes would be away. So the front would be, yeah, the front would be that way. So I'm maneuvering this over here to see. So yeah, so it's this way, rear is here, front is here. If I want to make it match, I do that, which puts these on the outside like we thought. So the front would be here to match that guy. just like so. Kind of mess that one up a little bit. All right. So Happy, I know you're just listening while you're working. Are you, I know you talked about building your laser and all that kind of stuff. Are you thinking about expanding your laser business at all? Or are you still kind of a one-man show, doing the things, doing the Lord's work over there? As for me, I'm trying to downsize just a little bit. Building all of these printers, especially this monster that we're working on right now, quickly makes me run out of room. I have 2 of those Costco shelves, which give me 3 levels that I can put machines on. But the top level, I mean, I have to get on a step stool to get up there. So it's not ideal. It's kind of where I just keep the other printers I'm not using, or that's where a lot of this kit was stored, was on the top shelf, because it made the most sense. But as I go forward, I'm going to have to get rid of some stuff. All right, so we're on this first frame piece here. Those are the holes. They're pointing to the outside. The rear is that way. So it looks like we're doing the left side first. And then we'll have these long uprights with the holes at the top towards the outside, and then the rear will take the solid one. Okay, I can do that. So these are our 750s. I have to make some room over here. Probably swap out some space. Let me see. So I know I need these 750s. All the rest of these I don't really need right now. So relocate this over to the desktop. Trying to stay as organized as possible. I don't want to get this wrong. When it comes to a frame, if you get the frame wrong, that is a lot of pain to undo any dumb mistakes. And if you're anything like me, I will completely walk away from this thing for an entire week. It pissed me off so much. All right. Now we got a good clean surface. That. Not expanding. You do other stuff for other hobbies. Kind of happy with the volume you have, as long as you can keep your lead times around 7 days. Yeah. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. All right. So the long one without the holes, this is the clean one, right? What I'm calling the clean one. Doesn't matter, both ends are the same. Goes at the rear, like so. Sorry, that T-nut came out of there. Have to put that. I should have maybe snugged that a little bit to hold it in there without being super tight. Lesson learned. I don't know if I should Loctite these or not. I feel like I want to. I feel like I want to. Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. So when I put that on there, and I need to, you know, pull the extrusion into the other one. Right now there's a gap of maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 millimeter there. No need for Loctite. That's what I'm thinking, Steven. I don't think there's a need for it. It didn't mention it in the manual at all either. It just says kind of do it up, but some people were saying that they Loctite it. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of, do I want to worry about it? So again, holes at the front, at the top. All right, so I'm gonna lay this down because it's pretty sketchy putting it up high like that. Man, it looks like a big piece of granite, but these extrusions are so large that it is not easy without knocking shit off the desk. All right, we'll go this way. Do it like this. All right. Like that. We do have this tool here that it wants us to use to do things and stuff. How does that go? I think it goes this way. It's gonna mess up our tape. Move that over here. Yeah, so that'll go that way. That way we can get to the hole. What in the world? Like that. Okay. And then this goes in like so. That should keep things kind of square. As I tighten this, it should pull it in, right? That's what I'm thinking. But I'm not. It's not working that way. A little bit of red Loctite, never red Loctite. Yeah, I have a blue Loctite stick. This is what I like. Yeah, I'll be good. Hey JPP, thanks for coming in, man. Have a great Sunday. All right, so as I'm cranking on this, it's supposed to be pulling that extrusion tight. I don't know that it is. Like, it is tightening onto there, but it's not tightening that. What am I doing wrong? Oh, okay, I see it. So there's a mark. There's a mark on the end of this. Come on. Having a hard time focusing here with all that white in the background. Come to the desk cam. So this one, you can see that there's like a mark on the end of the pin. So really what needs to happen is I have to push this in further past where this rubber O-ring is. That's the part I didn't really understand. Okay, so this needs to go in just further than it was, like that. And after I pushed it all the way in, that rubber O-ring will hold it so they don't fall out. Now that makes sense to me. These kind of slide together like so. That's much better. Okay. This goes on. This tightens down. I know it's supposed to be flush. How do I make it flush? Let's go back and see if there's any help here. So we did that thing. And then so we did all that. It says assemble this extrusion on the front of the frame. With the info holes oriented as shown, be aware extrusion orientation. Small spacing between the holes must be up. Easy. Align and insert the T-nut pin on the extrusion slot. When sliding to the right place, be careful. Take it slow. Do not damage. Yep, trying not to. Don't use ball tools. Oops. Well, let's see. Do I have an M5? I know we have some squares, so I'll bring out a square. And then let me grab out of the big toolbox some non-ball end Allen keys here. No, that's definitely helpful for those who have dropped hints in the chat. It's 5.5. That's a 6. I feel like all of my tools are missing or something. Let's see. All right, so we get the square. That should help us a little bit. I do like to use these for things and stuff. The tool that they have for alignment gets in the way though, so I'm gonna do it this way. These are woodworking tools actually that I got from Harbor Freight, I believe. But they work for squaring up extrusions just the same. So you lift that off, kind of tighten that down. That'll get the bottom of this thing in alignment with each other. So just make that just snug, and then I do the same on this one. come on. It's last working on 2020, so these are set for that. They work a lot easier on 2020. So once I get that kind of snug, I do the same here. Get that kind of snug till it pulls the square to where it needs to be. All right, and then we can tighten it just a little bit. You don't have to crank down on it. Just tight enough to hold things square. So now the edge of this extrusion is in alignment with the bottom of this one. And it's just double insurance to push down on that to make sure things are flat on the desk. As I was laying things out, I was also checking for twists and stuff. Everything seems straight. I mean, with a 30-30 extrusion, I don't know how you can get it wrong, but this is a 5mm T-handle. It's got a ball and a not ball end, but it is too big for what I need, so I need a 4.5. Let's see if I have one of those. It's a 5. It's a lot of T-handles in here. I don't know that I have a 4.5 though. Maybe I lost that one. I'm seeing a 5.5. That's not helpful. Where is my 4.5? Well, team, we may just use what we have. Oh, there we go. There's my 4.5. Might as well pull out a 3 and a 4 while I'm in here. Probably gonna need those. 3 and a 4. Yeah. Okay. All right, we got the right tools. Sorry about that. Yeah, so 4.5. Also too big. Man, I'm glad I grabbed the 4 then. The problem, like, all of the, I've used it so much, the stuff is coming off, so I don't even know what size it's supposed to be anymore. But 4 is the correct size. 4. And as I tighten that, I can feel it pulling that extrusion in. And that is nice. That is nice and flush. Exactly what we want. So we'll tighten that down. And then I do have another one of these squares. So pull out that and pull out that. And we'll do the same thing. So long extrusion with the holes. This is the front extrusion with the M4 holes in it. Holes are going to go up. So this way. Let's push the T nut all the way in. Like that. And then this slides in like so. Okay, so now let's move this out for 30-30. Same over here. And this goes like that. So I'm sharing the way that I kind of do mine. Do you guys do anything differently than this? Does anybody have like a special tool that they use or whatever? Like I said, I got these at Harbor Freight. These are just woodworking tools, I believe. I'm just getting that one snug, and then I like how it has the feet on it, because that sits on the bottom of the glass like that, or the not the glass, the granite like that. So it kind of supports the end of it, and I can kind of do it with one hand as I'm holding up the square. And you can see it just kind of pulled that straight. So I like to tighten this bottom one first to make sure that the bottom of the upright is square with the bottom of the, I guess, bottom extrusion, for lack of a better term. Let's give it a snug fit, and then we'll do the same on the other one, like so. And I like it better than this tool, but if this is all you had, I suppose you could get it pretty square. But you're gonna have to go back around with an actual engineer square and check to make sure. And then as I tighten that down, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do some Loctite anyway, because why not? All right, Captain Kern, special guest. All right, what podcast? We're only gonna stream probably a little bit more. I think we're only gonna get the frame done today. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought because we had talked about parts and pieces and things and stuff before we got to work. So a little bit of a chill stream. But no, we got 19 people watching a crazy guy put a frame together. All right, so that's on there like that. I'm gonna back this one out and do the same. I think I'm just making the decision that we're gonna Loctite this thing just for extra insurance. If they were dissimilar metals, I might not, but they all seem to be aluminum. Not aluminum, steel. What am I talking about? They all seem to be the same metal. So this just makes me feel better about it. I would Loctite any other set screw, so why not this one? Captain Kern, the Goat Show podcast. This is a goat show. What do you mean? I've never heard of that, but I'm joking with you. Goat Show podcast. Okay. That's pretty cool. You're probably already gone, but I'm curious to know what that podcast talks about, like what the topic is for it. All right, so we got those. Going back to this guy over here, we should have the front and backs installed, which is pretty good. And now it says a build tip. All right. Lay the assembly on a flat surface. Already done. Align the extrusion, make sure they are flush. Tighten the quick connectors to secure the extrusions together. Always verify the strength of the connection between the extrusion. If the connection is not strong, loosen, ensure the T-nut pin groove is positioned below the set screw, and reconnect the extrusion. You can use a spare extrusion or an engineer square to help align the assembly. Repeat the previous steps and tighten the marked quick connector. We're doing all of that already. What I need to know is, okay, so that's just making sure that we do the stuff that we've already been doing. Just hit them with a heat gun if you need to disassemble. Yeah, that's a great idea. Either that or a, what is it, like a torch maybe? It's a lot of light coming through there. Oh, you can see the SL1 over there. Piece of crap. They did actually send me, they must have heard me ranting about it because they sent me a new hot end for it. They sent me a new hot end and a fan and a PCB and a bunch of stuff. So replacement parts finally here after 2 months of not being able to use it. We'll see if this one leaks. Okay, so we have a 4040 for the top bar, and we'll do the same process. What is that middle piece? I didn't do that. So you have this like middle, this smaller piece right here, but I did not install that there. That's just going in right now, I suppose. Okay, so the 4040 is the small one. And we have those done. I just need to loosen those up. And then, so that'll go in like so. And then we put the top bar on. The top bar is 475. Okay, that's the portion I missed. Yeah. 475. And we got that one right here. Okay. That's our top bar. This is this vertical piece going towards the rear. Or actually, no, it goes towards the front. I had that backwards. It goes towards the front. And we said the front is that side. So I believe I can take this off since we have things tight. Yeah, that's the front we marked with the tape. And that feels rigid. There's no play in that. We'll do the same when we put this top bar on. All right, so this 440 goes, I need to, come on. I need to push these pins in like so they don't come out. And then same on this side. I didn't really understand that. I thought maybe that was the case, but I didn't fully do that when we were working on this before. All right. So that goes probably in and then turning. I wish they would have told me that first. I would have put that in first. But I think as long as you do it slow, it should be fine. What I don't know is how far away from the edge it should be. It just says put it on there. It did not tell me how far away from the edge. So maybe we're not working on it yet until we do the top piece. So the 475 comes all the way down to touch the top piece. And then we spin it. Okay, good. And then we use the tool to measure out how far away it's supposed to be. Okay, I can do that. I can definitely do that. All right. So I'm gonna turn this back over like that. Get rid of that. Top piece comes in. We need to push those in all the way. Come on. That. And then this is going to slide down. I want to say, where did the pins go? So they face the outside. No. Yes. These pins, this is what I'm looking at. This pin right here faces the outside, basically up. Just want to make sure that we get that right, because that's important. All right, like that. So this one will go in here, in, over here, come on. Trying to be gentle and not scratch the hell out of the frame. This is kind of the downside of using the system that they have, is that you have to slide things like this. If you don't take your time, you're gonna scratch your nice, beautiful frame. Once we get that in, it says to twist this over. And that's to rotate that T-nut, because remember, these don't spin. So that is that. And then we use the tool to determine the distance. So I need to move this tape here. Use the tool to determine the distance away, like that. So that goes all the way up against that extrusion. And then I'm gonna just snug this one. Actually, we're gonna Loctite that, right? Yeah. Come out of there. All right, Loctite that. You can see the pointy tip on there. That's what's going into the barrel portion. And it's kind of self-centering in the barrel with that groove. So pushing it all the way up against the far rail. Sorry, I'm kind of blocking you guys here. Still learning body position. So I'm gonna just kind of barely snug that. And then I do have another printed tool. Luckily I thought I had enough to be able to see that I needed a couple tools. So if I move you up, the other tool I'm going to use the same way, like this. So now I have both where they need to be. So that is like that. Do a little bit of Loctite on this guy, and then I'll put the squares on here on this top bar to make sure that the extrusion works as advertised. All right, just kind of barely snugging that on there, making sure things are pushed over where they need to be. And then I'm going to use a square to make sure that this angle is 90, and then I'll do the same up here to make sure that's 90. And this is the part that takes probably the most time, is squaring everything, because you definitely want it to be correct. You'll be chasing your tail trying to figure out what's wrong and why your thing's not printing right, or why your machine's not printing right if you got a bent frame or you assembled it unsquare. So like right now that is not square because that end is not square. So doing this one over here, we'll hopefully square everything up, and then we'll tighten down all of the stuff at the same time. And the cool thing about doing it now is that when we put the top beam on there, all of the things should be in the right place. So we'll do that, and then I'm just tap on this to kind of get it to where it needs to be. I do have a small hammer here, small rubber mallet. You just kind of tap it to get it to where it needs to be. And I do apologize if that's loud and blowing out your eardrums. I'm so sorry. Just make sure everything's flat on the table. It's definitely filling up the whole piece of granite that I have here. It's going to be a big machine. All right, so just snugging these down again because they have moved. So, and like so. Pull everything together. I'm just really making sure that I'm getting 90 out of this. All right, and so I think what I want to do first is push this over, make sure we are down as far as we should be. So I think I'm going to tighten these down first, and that'll pull the cross beam into place. And then I'll do the same here, so against the outer frame, and that'll pull things down. And then remember, this one is still loose. We haven't tightened this one at all, so that probably got pulled down this way. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just tap it that way just a little bit to make sure it is flush. And that should be up against the smaller one here. And now all I'm doing is making sure that we're still square for the uprights. And I'm doing that on both ends over here. Okay, just to make sure, because I want to go the extra mile, we're going to get our handy dandy boron ruler out. I want to measure the distance here. So I'm seeing about 255. No, yeah, it's kind of in the way. Let's see, 252. And that one, about the same, 252. So it looks to be square. That should have came out of there a little easier. Definitely pinched it in there pretty good. That's good. Things were set. We could probably tighten these down now, so we'll take this out. You're back for the JPB. You're just like on and off, dude. I love it. You're back for a little bit. Like I made a good bit of. I don't feel like I'm making very much progress at all. It's already 10 o'clock. Normally we are ending by 10 o'clock because I don't like to do 6-hour streams. But the goal today is to finish this frame, and this is just one half of it. So a little bit of a learning curve initially to figure out the way that they do things and how these work. I'm just taking extra time to make sure things are square, but kind of got a rhythm now. I feel like I understand what we're doing. It's always that way at first, and then you kind of pick up speed as you do more. That's definitely where I'm at right now. So I got to build 2 of these basically, and they're going to be mirror images of each other. You have a left side and a right side. This is the left side right now. I was going to cover that, but we'll see. Okay, now we should be able to take these off. And I'll double check the measurements here because it's hard to see that with the thing in place, but now that I can, well, that's actually 25, not 252, and that's also 25. So we're square so far. That's good. That's good. What is the top bar? The top bar is a doing all that, doing all that. We're there, we did that. Step 14, we did that as well. Luckily I printed 2 parts and it says to measure and you should get 250, and that's what we had. So should be good to go. Top bar is a 475. Put that on, make sure things are square, and then should be done. So let's pull out a 475. Come back over here. I think what I'm going to do is slide this down just a bit to kind of have it in frame. And we'll do the same process. So push in these T-nuts all the way. Maybe I need to undo that a little bit. Some of these did have those burrs too, and I wonder if that's what's going on. Like on the back side, they won't push through because there's a small burr. And all I did was spin it around, so it went into the first hole and it won't go through the second. So probably a little bit of quality control there. That's good. All right, so those are the 475s, and those slide in through here. That, and that is, man, those are some tight machines. Tight machining on that extrusion. That's good. That's like perfect. That like slides in there just so. And we'll rinse and repeat. We'll add the squares onto this here. We're gonna go on the inside. I think it would be the same basically, but I think it's important to have the outside be square, so we'll do the outside of it. So again, just put it on there snug. Same for this one. Just putting it on there snug. Probably put a little more tension on this one to kind of pull those 2 together because I want the top flush. And then I'll pull this one in here, take it the side where it needs to be. And then we'll do the same on this guy over here. Snug. There's a gap I can see. It's hard to show on camera, but there's a gap there. So once I put this one on, it should close that gap and bring those things flush with one another like that. Just like that. There we go. So a little bit of love tap here to let those things settle. There we go. All right, so make sure we're good here. All right, that's all tight now. That's all tight now. Looks to be square where we want it to be. Yeah, sometimes you gotta push on them to make sure that they go where you want them to go. And that looks good to me. So we'll pull out these set screws and we'll Loctite those as well. Peace of mind, that's why. Peace of mind. Somebody's saying those corner jigs are nice. Dude, these things are, I want to say I got them at Harbor Freight. They may have come from Amazon too, but they're worth it if you build more than one machine. Having a square frame is super fucking important. Like you'll be chasing skew and be chasing input shaper problems and all these things. You're going to start replacing parts and all that stuff, and then you learn that, oh, it was because I built my frame on, you know, my kitchen floor without a square. I just used a plastic jig that I printed, and while those are very nice, you still have to take the time to make sure things are square. And even if you use an engineer square, it's going to tell you that, you know, maybe this angle is correct, but it's not going to hold it there while you tighten things down. And that's where these come in. These are super nice because it's holding things where I want them to be as I tighten down all of the hardware. So things should not move, or if they do, they move a lot less than if I were just trying to hold a square in the corner while doing a thing with my other hand. It just doesn't work out very nicely. So I prefer to do that. And I was looking for, yeah, here we go. This is my engineer square that I like to use. I got this one in Japan. That doesn't mean it's any better, but it's what I got. And they are kind of known for nice stuff. So let's see. Square. Oop, now we got Loctite everywhere. Square. 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 Can remove these here. But yeah, if you're interested in these, they came as a pair, and they were only, again, I think they were only like $20. Whether or not it was Amazon or Harbor Freight, I don't super remember, but one of the two. Basically, if it doesn't live at Walmart or Amazon, they don't make it. That's how I feel. Let's see. Okay, that one is square, and that's square. So we're good. I mean, that's as best you're gonna get for a home-built machine. What up, Digital Dragon? Thanks for joining, man. Appreciate you. We're building a RatRig V-core for today, IDEX. I know that you recently did one of those, and recently either we're updating or making some changes to yours as well. Thanks for the subscribe. So it's great that you're here. If we get off track and start going down a rabbit hole that is not correct, completely acceptable to yell at me and tell me I'm dumb. It is a 300. It is a 300. 300 IDEX. If you go back maybe 3 hours, we kind of went through all the parts lists and stuff like that. We're doing double tubes, and we're doing a crack-in and a whole bunch of other stuff. Basically what you saw on the thumbnail is what we're doing. I would like to do a 400, but I really don't have the space for that. Not with, 20-something other machines. Okay, so we're going to put this part aside. We'll do the right side the same way that we did before. Hopefully a little bit quicker, because now we know what we're getting into. I'm just going to move this away. Let's see. We can put that right there, I think. All right. You just converted yours from hybrid to IDEX using the standard Rapido to tube would be awesome. But yeah, tracking other priorities always. That is always the case. Yeah, I'm going straight to IDEX. I've been collecting parts for this kit for the last year. I was able to get in on the early bird back in Rocky Mountain last year, and so I've had the kit since like May and just collected parts. I got 2 tubes for it. There's a Kraken now, and we have some Kraken motors that we could use if we wanted, and there's some CNC like Mandela Rose parts instead of the plates, so it should be a nice build. I'm excited to start it. What is going on with this thing? Yeah, another example of just not great T-nut. Tube. Zombie tube times 2. We're doing 2 tubes. You got that one, and you got that one. So we're going to do 2 tubes. You're putting tube on your Trident 350 using the takeoff. That's cool. Yeah, I have a takeoff tool head actually right down here. There's my takeoff that I still need to do. It's all SLM, so even the ducts are SLM, the belt joiners and all that. So it's a full kit. Don't really know where I want to put it. I do have behind me, kind of over here, the 350 Trident as well. It's got an easy bake frame, but it's working well with the stealth burner and those kinds of things. And so I'm a little reluctant to mess up a good thing. I know that you can relate to that. So maybe it goes on there. Maybe we have to build another Trident to put it on, but we'll use it eventually. It's just a matter of time. I wish I could just stay home and build printers all day and like stream 5 days a week. That's just not reality for me. But that's why we need you guys. You can stream 5 days a week and you can do these things. All right, so that one goes that way because this is the left side. Make sure to have a Rev H beacon. I do. One came in the kit. I don't know if that's H, but we do have another one over here. So we got another beacon here, and this one definitely is a Rev H. So definitely a Rev H beacon. So there's a backup. And because we're doing tubes, we have the 2 tube plates as well. What would you say? Get the 2. Yeah, I got it. The 2-piece ones don't work. Yes, that is a one-piece tube. All right, so this is where we are. Let's lay out extrusion correctly. So this way, the front is that way, like so. We need the piece with the holes in it, the long ones here. So the one with the holes goes this way, holes up. This goes that way. And then this one goes that way. Okay, bring you back over to this. So this is the layout we got to go. So no holes in this extrusion, holes in this extrusion. Basically, we've flip-flopped to the other side. Holes up. And then putting things together like that. We also know we need the 440 in here. So we can do this one. And then I know I need the, what was that? 450, was it? They can do them and I can make my credit cards cry. Yeah, that's the problem for a lot of folks. I've been pretty lucky to do kind of well to where I can do things and stuff, but it's even still an issue sometimes. So it's a 475 on the cross beam. Where did I put that? Right here. So I'm choosing to do this a little bit early. They would have you walk through it on the RatRig side of things. I think it's better to just kind of lay it out now. Oh, come on. That's one thing I didn't understand at first. Digital Dragon was you have to push the T-nut all the way in past the O-ring, because if not, they stick out too far and it won't tighten down where it's supposed to. I wasn't really clear on that portion, so that was kind of our first dumb that we made on the stream today, but we got it now. It keeps things locked in there so they don't fall out, which is really nice. I just didn't understand that at the first step. Cool. So 440 goes in. We'll rotate that later. 475 up top. This one should go all the way down. Come on, you. A pain in the ass. Yeah. I don't know if they're great connectors or not. I don't know. I guess I'm just used to the blind joint thing. And so it's different for me. I do feel like they are secure. I'm not afraid of them moving or any of that kind of stuff. But we'll see over time how they hold up. I think you've had yours done for a while, so you should be fine, right? Like you wouldn't lie to me. You would tell me if yours weren't holding up. Slide that down gently, and then this last one will go on top. I just wish they had you lay it out like I'm doing right now first, and then tighten down. I don't know, it gets a little weird. You take a chance of scratching extrusions if you're trying to tighten stuff down, or I'm sorry, slide stuff in place before you tighten it down. So it just seems a little more intuitive to lay it all out for me, because these top ones were very tight, which is by design, right? But right now I have the flexibility to put them in there a little easier without being fearful of scratching stuff. So I got it all laid out. I can verify before I start tightening things down that it's correct by looking at the stuff here. Been rock solid, heavy and cumbersome. Every printer of mine is heavy and cumbersome. That 350 I was telling you about is easy bake frame, so it's heavier than standard, and it's a 350, and it's got a click-clack door, so it's thick. It's the heaviest printer that I have. It's the one that gives me the most trouble moving around. All right, so we do all that stuff and make sure that we have a side that looks like this. And I don't, because see, this is why we lay it out. The vertical beam, this vertical beam needs to be over here. So this is why we lay it out. If I had tightened that down, I would have been F'd in the A. And we would have tightened down all, we had to undo all the things just to redo all the things. So if I can make one recommendation to that Dazuki, is it would be to lay these out first like I did, and then from there you can tighten things down. Anyway, that's a me thing. All right, now we're good. I can start to put the clamps on here again and tighten it out. That's good that we got all the players in today. That's good. I love it. Zombie, I had to cut out early on your stream last night, but I caught a portion of it. You were showing off the new red filament. I really do like that stuff. It's a beautiful color. I've already burned through it though, so I need to get another one. I need another one. T-nut. T-nut's not all the way in. Kind of a pain. Get in there. But yeah, I need to get some more of your red, man. That violin was pretty decent. It's a really good print. How long did that take, by the way, to print that whole violin like that? So for those that don't know what I'm talking about, Zombie Hedgehog, who's in the chat, printed a red violin out of his new Polymaker branded filament, and it's beautiful. We were starting a death racer last night and ordering parts for a dragster. Wow. I'm interested, not so much in the dragster, but the death racer. I've been wanting to do one. Building printers is more fun for me, I think. I like the mechanical aspect, and then things work and move and whatever afterwards. But a death racer would be a breath of fresh air, I think. We'll do that, and then I can't do that right now, so snug that down a little bit, and then I'm gonna do the same on the other side. So, Death Racer is for your wife, and the Dragster is for KB3D. Very cool. I think that's awesome that you guys get to work together with some of the resellers like that to do projects. It definitely shows off what you can do with the stuff that they sell. And so if I'm kind of on the fence or whatever, and I need to make a decision, hey, do I really want to tackle this? It's great that you guys show how it's done a little bit before you buy. So you kind of get to live through you all before we have to decide to, you know, make an investment like that. Because those Death Racer kits they're not expensive, but they're not free. What, $175-ish, I think, for the Big Tree Tech kit. And then you have, you know, filament costs on top of that, and you need additional things and stuff from time to time. Digital Dragon, you've built one of these. You're still here. Did you Loctite your set screws? We were having a back and forth on this one a little bit earlier before you guys showed up. And I tend to Loctite mine for peace of mind. I don't think it's necessary, but I do it because it makes me feel good. And it's my printer and I can do what I want. But yeah, about 180 filament, LiPo battery, few shortages. Yeah, that's what I mean. So knowing what you're getting into, learning the little tricks that you're going to need to know, maybe learning about the little parts that you're going to still need to get because the kit is not all inclusive. That's the kind of stuff that I appreciate you guys for. You need to find the cord for your battery charger. I can't remember for the top of your head. If the manual said 2, then I did for sure. It does not say 2. It does not say to Loctite it. I'm just thinking of it in terms of this is a set screw that through vibration and all of the things could, you know, small chance, could come apart or loosen or whatever, and then your whole frame is loose. And it would be so slight that you wouldn't even really recognize it as a problem. That's my thinking. And so if a little blue Loctite prevents that, I'm on board. Any set screw into metal should be Loctited. That's how I feel, Zombie. I think we're on the same page. So that's why I am doing it. But there's always a debate, right? Oh, you don't need to Loctite your frames. Okay, I would tend to agree with you, but the metals are the same. They're not dissimilar in this system. And so having them be Loctited makes me feel better about it. And then I remember, let's see, so we got these in. I'm supposed to rotate this up And then I use this guy to check distance. Luckily, we printed 2, so we got another one for the top. Just move this sticker here. Like so. Come on. I like tools that you can use for multiple things. So not only are we using this tool for alignment of the stuff, but then also spacing off of the rails. Am I worried? Am I concerned with galvanic corrosion? Always. Always. But that would be a bigger problem for me personally if I were taking apart my frame. As far as I know, there aren't really frame mods. I mean, unless you're going like a beefier frame or a Doom Cube or something like that. But typically we do not mod our frames on our printers. So ever taking it apart again, unless you were tearing it down for, I don't know, you wanted to reuse the extrusions for a different project, I could see that. But typically we don't even mod frames like that. So no, I guess is the answer. I'm not really worried about that. With this system, I don't think you need to worry about it. This is all like hardware, and it's just using tension to hold things together. These set screws are the same material as they are being threaded into, so there should be no corrosion there. On something like your Voron, we're using an M5 screw into aluminum, potentially. That could be a thing. So I wonder if that pulled out. That's hard to see. That's what I'm trying to look at right now. Oh no, it never spun correctly. That's the problem. That's another dumb that we did already today. This one needs to be vertical, not the way that it was. So I don't know if that happened when we turned the extrusion or not, but the T-net side of that turned into a not vertical position. Now you're gonna give me trouble, aren't you? Oh geez, come on. All right. Yeah, so that should be this way. This goes up. Push that in. Yeah, that should be vertical like that guy, but it was not for whatever reason. So lay flat, slide in, rotate up like so. Now we put spacers back on. Did you turn again? Yeah, that one keeps turning instead of staying vertical. So try to snug that a little bit so it doesn't turn. Okay. Whew, glad we caught that. All right, redoing everything. Happy when you build, or if you build printers, do you worry about galvanic corrosion? I don't. But we will finish this frame today. So we're going to go a little bit over the 3-hour mark that I generally like to stick to. That's simply self-preservation. I'm trying to eat food. Said, nah, they never stay together long enough. Yeah. Mine normally do, though. I don't disassemble my printers very much at all. I just don't. All right, so the way we did this last time was have this on the inside here to get this one square. And then I worried about that vertical piece, that small piece. So this one here, this one here. Just making it snug at first so it doesn't move, and then do the same on this guy. Yeah, I don't think I've ever taken a printer apart though. When I build it, it's built and that's it. They don't generally come apart. Even if I were to sell a printer off, I would just sell it as is, you know, being built. And if that was an issue for someone, then probably, you know, don't buy it, I guess. All right, so tightening everything down to make sure we're square. And then we're going to measure. We're still looking for that 250 millimeter with the ruler that I put somewhere right here. Thanks, Zombie. Appreciate you stopping by, buddy. Every little bit helps. Thank you. 250 and 250. So that looks to be square to me. So now that we have all that, we can do up these bolts here, or these set screws, and finish off this portion of the frame. And then I think next step, from what I remember, is to connect left and right pieces together. All right, tight, 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 flush. Tight on that one as well. And we'll pull these down, pull these together. Just going over everything, making sure we're still good and tight. Cool. Now we'll do the top beam, and that'll be finishing off this portion of the side. Oh yeah, that fits in there snug like we thought it would. Like that. Cool. Love it. So for those still sticking around, what do we think about the build so far? Not the frame, it's a frame, right? But the direction that we're gonna go with this. Too much? Should we dial it back? Are there any foreseeable problems? For example, is a Kraken really gonna work with what we're trying to do? Or would an octopus be better? As long as it's an Octopus Pro, right? Because we do want to run it at 48 volt. And you need a Pro to be able to do that. I mean, keep in mind, it's supposed to be a little over the top. I'm trying to use up some parts that I was able to get my hands on. So I got the Kraken on a clearance sale. So I'd like to use the Kraken, but for those that have built this before, maybe that's not the best, especially if you want to use RatOS. I know I read this morning that it seems to be supported, but I don't know what challenges come along with that. So you're loving the build so far? Kraken should work well. Thanks, Digital Dragon. Might I ask though, if you had to build another one, would you change anything about your build? I've been kind of following it. I'll be honest, it's tough for me to get through. You string very, very long. For me, I have a very short attention span. I don't watch a lot of TV in general. So sitting down for a 6-hour stream, I do it on 2.5 speed on YouTube. And I get through it, and I think you do great work, but it's difficult to do it in one sitting. So I've seen only portions, and I like your build. Did you run into any challenges that I should know about before I get started? Because I feel like I have all the parts, but there might be things that I still need to get. Like I'm interested in some hybrid ceramic bearings from Fabrico. I know that they sell a kit of those bearings, so I'll be interested in some of those. Am I going to run the Orbiter? I am. I have Orbiter 2.5s, and both have smart sensors. So I'm not lacking in that department. I'm gonna do a 500, and so a tube is perfect for a 500. I am considering, so I have Undertaker nozzles in the tubes that I have right now. I'm considering putting the CHTs in there to get just a little more flow. Probably overkill for a 300. I'll never reach what I need for that, but for your 500, that may work. Luke should just send you a tube. Follow the guide, don't install the bed components until the manual tells you to. Yeah, that's usually one of the last things I do because it makes the printer stupid heavy. And then if I have to flip this thing, that bed's gonna fall off and all kind of stuff, and I'm not really excited about that. I'm just trying to clean up a little bit over here as we get through it. You had to disable the tangle sensor on yours. It constantly trips to the long length of the reverse Bowden tubes. Oh, that's not good. That's kind of the whole reason that you use a smart sensor though. Otherwise it would just be like a filament trigger. That's unfortunate. And kind of annoying. Commissioning guide has you do certain things before you add the bed magnet or the heater pad. All right, we'll see what that is. I tend to read ahead on this so I have some idea of what I'm getting into. But this looks like we are doing cross beam. So I have the left side frame assembly and then the 540. Let's see what these holes are doing. Yeah, holes should be on the outside with this short beam in the front. Short beam in the front. Okay, so that would not be the one we're doing. This is the right side that we had just finished. So swap that out with the other one. All right, and then we put that through with some M8 by 40s. Insert them into the subframe assembly, tighten them to the 3060, and then we do the same with some 540 3030s. Sweet, and then things should stand up on their own. Okay, let's do some of that. So we get this is the frame. These are the holes that we were told to keep in mind. Those go to the outside, like so. The short piece should be the front of the machine. So realistically, I can't even get this all the way in frame. It should be that way. Try to zoom out a little bit here. That's the widest as we're able to go, and you can barely see that middle beam. We can't even see the top of this thing. You can come and move the camera a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be a big, big machine. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, so we got to find some hardware. I need some M40. Playing with fire by not using hands. We'll lean that against the wall just to not drop it. That would suck. All right, we have this big extrusion we need. That's one of the 540s. And then we need the other 540s for the corners. So that would be 2 of these. And then I need some hardware. All right, so we get the hardware box. Oh, Luke, check this out. Digital Dragon, look at this. So you missed it earlier, but this is one of the things that I'm thinking about. We're talking about doing some of this. Problem is I have the Mandela Roseworks motor mounts, and they have integrated bearings in there. So I need to get the bearings out. I think if I heat the piece and just push the bearing out of there, the problem is then I would not have a bearing in the top. And these have an 8mm shaft. So not that I would need the support at this necessarily. This is definitely overkill for an IDEX, what we're trying to do. But I have these and I want to use them on something. So I'm thinking about it. We'll see. We'll see if I get there. I need to find hardware. Okay. So we get the hardware box. And we need the M8x40. And I'm definitely Loctiting these because they are different metal. I will probably go back and organize all of this hardware later so I don't have to continue to dig through a box, because it is not easy trying to find all the things. And some of this hardware, it's been in the bag so long that it's actually kind of gross. Like, it's like all brown in there. It's kind of gross. Machine the adapter to fit the motor. Rob, if I were a machinist, I would do that for you. There's my M8x40s. And just making sure that's what we said. Yeah, M8x40s, 2 on either side, so we'll need all of that. Machine the adapter to fit the motor. I would love to. It's a here I'll just show you. So this is it here. It's got this bearing in there, and that's for a 5mm shaft. So I could use the stock motors here just fine. They're 2504s. They would work perfectly fine. I want to use those other ones, and these bearings don't just press out of there. I want to say they will press fit in. I need to reach out to Wade and see if that's true or not, but that's the Limfac. If I pull that out of there, there's enough space to hold 8mm shaft, but I got to get it out of there first without destroying the part, of course. Black oxide coating in oil makes it messy and sticky. It is sticky, yes. That's the first thing I thought. It was sticky. It was stuck to another bag, and that's pretty gross. I wish that they being RatRig, had used either that new black nickel coating or just regular stainless. I don't know, black oxide I just hate. It really sucked to bend that mount trying to press it. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm hoping that I can heat it enough to make it expand and release the tension, and then I can just kind of knock it out real quick. I don't know if that's even possible. So I'm gonna reach out to the expert and ask, and then we'll go from there. If not, it's not a big deal. I'll use those motors on another project. I don't remember any, like, yeah, it says just put them in there. I thought maybe there would be a washer or something, but I guess not. So it goes through and through, and then we're gonna add some Loctite on here. Have him machine new mounts with F608. I could do that, and that's one of the things I was gonna ask. First, can I reuse those and just press out the bearings? Or 2, could I send them back and just have him machine it for me? I should have done that before I ordered them, but honestly, I ordered those things 4 or 5 months ago, kind of prepping for the build, getting things together, and totally forgot what I ordered. It had been so long, so yeah, I'll reach out and ask. He's been really cool so far, doing a bunch of other things for projects and whatever. So I expect no less, working on other stuff. 608s though, that's what you recommend? Because I was looking around at a bunch of different bearing sizes and whatnot, trying to figure out a game plan for what would work. Man, I don't have a damn Allen key big enough. All right, we're going to the toolbox. I've got these, which I only got when I built my Minion. So the Minion uses M8 hardware, and I needed an Allen key size that I did not have, as you just saw. It's this red one here. You would just let him recommend the correct bearing? Yeah. Let him know the motor uses 8mm shaft. Got it. Yeah, things like that I'd much rather just kind of outsource to the experts. I'm not the machinist expert person, so I don't even know where to begin to start something like that. My skill sets lie in assembly and maybe some wiring. I'm pretty good at electrical stuff. I'm not good at machining stuff. Definitely not an engineer. My degree is in sports and health science, so I could go be a sports trainer or a gym coach, like a gym teacher. All right, so those are just snug. Those are not tight at all. And I'll do the same for these T-nut portions here that I just made fall out. One, two, three, four. Cool. All right, and these go, let's see, they should go to the outside so you could actually access them. And going back over here to the manual, I mean, it kind of, that's what it looks like. A little bit hard to see. But if all the rest of the access hardware is on the outside, it would make sense to have this on the outside as well. So that's how I'm going to do mine. I mean, that's what it looks like. It's just hard to tell. Yep. So we'll just lift this up and add that on. Yeah, so this one here, and just like the last one, it wants to turn a little bit. So maybe a good technique going forward is to slightly snug down that set screw so that it doesn't rotate when you try to insert that into the extrusion. Outside is correct. Thanks. Thanks for confirming. It's always nice to have someone who's done this before in the chat and can kind of point out. So I'm trying to keep an eye on there so that I don't do another dumb. Had 2 of those today. And of course, we're going to throw the square on here and those angle braces to make sure that things are as they should be. I don't know that the middle one matters so much, but these outside ones definitely do as far as squareness. One thing that I'm finding difficult right now is accessing both sides, so I need to move some stuff. Yeah, it's playing Tetris when you have such large pieces. Trying not to scratch everything. I mean, it is the bottom, so I don't super care, but I want to be better. Yeah, use the square. Yeah, so I will here in a second. I just want to get things roughly in place, and then I plan to do that. I want something else though. I need a ball. Not that one. Maybe that one. a ball driver. It's so close to the table that using a T-handle is not as easy. And these are, we'll snug it down with the T-handle. We'll just kind of get them in place with the ball end. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working out. It's just not tightening down. So I did something wrong here. Deck panels are two separate sheets of plate. Yep, tracking. Strengthens the frame considerably. Z-rails are crazy. Yeah, Z-rails are like 15s, aren't they? They're huge. When I saw this thing at Rocky Mountain, when I saw it in person, that's what made me interested in getting one, is how beefy everything was. So I'm legit excited to get to that portion on next week. Name of the game today is to get the frame going, get things square, working right. So a little bit longer of a stream for sure, but necessary for today. It's like something on that. That's fine. Okay. It's the front. We need to square things up. So we'll get one set out. I like to go outside on the frames. So that's what we'll do. Time spent on square. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Is I can spend a little bit of time right now, or I can chase, what I think are, bad extrusions and input shaping and all these other things, when in reality all it was I was not good at squaring up my frame. So I like to get it on there so it just kind of holds itself in place. It's not very tight at all. I can still maneuver that. And then what I personally do is I'll get out the rubber mallet and just kind of tap on things to get things square against one another. Not hard, right? But just to kind of tap them into place, because you can put these on there and tension stuff, and then it'll just be tensioned in the wrong place, and it'll still allow you to tighten it down. It's good, Digital Dragon. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your honeydew list. I have kids now. They do all the chores. But I appreciate you stopping by. We'll be here next week if you want to swing by. So we'll do that, and then that should allow me to tighten it, but I can't access it. Fantastic. Oh, yes, I can. All right, we have to go underneath. I can just barely kind of get in there. All right. Perfect. Beautiful. And I can do this one here. This one should not matter as much if it is square or not. It just needs to be tight. This isn't an actual corner. This just really kind of serves as a bottom brace for everything. Like Digital Dragon was talking about, it's a place where you can bolt down the panels. Like he was describing, there are two panels that go here, and they connect into the middle frame, they connect into the outer frame. So that's what this is for here. And then I think there's also like maybe some clips in here to run motor wiring or whatever. But it's not a super structural component like these outer ones would be. Sweet. So that's that one. We'll do this other one here. same deal. So going for what is already square first to get those snug down here. So we had built this frame, and so I'm snugging that one down first, and then I'll go into the other side where we have not squared yet and snug that one down. That way it's pulling to the what we know is the correct or more correct side of this. I need to move these up just a touch so I can access the screw, the set screw to tighten things down. All right, so now that that is good, get in here with this, and just give that a tighten. And that should be good. We'll come back here in a second and check for squareness. So we still have the, where's it at? Engineer square. We moved it. Where did I put it? Nope, not there. Oh, it's on top of the computer. So we'll come in with the engineer square, and that is perfect. So is that. So is that. So is that. So is that. Hey, we did well. Now common sense will tell us that, you know, flip this over and do the other side. So that's what I'm going to do. Just move all the tools here. Spin that frame, and we should rinse and repeat. All right, let's just make sure all the T-nuts are where they're supposed to be. They have a hard time staying in place. And just snug that a little bit. I don't want them to turn when I put the other frame on. That's what's been happening is as I lower down the frame over top of these T-nuts here, it's causing them to spin. So I'm just adding a little bit of tension on the set screw to prevent them from trying to do that so much. Perfect. All right, other frame is here. Just keep in mind what way is forward. So on this, you got the double extrusions here. That is the front of the machine, and that needs to go that way to align with the other ones that we did a little bit ago. This is gonna be heavy. I can already tell. Like just trying to move around one half of this thing is a challenge. It's been a good build though. I like it. Try not to scratch the hell out of this thing, but it's not wanting to sit down. What is happening? This guy? No, not that guy. Not that guy. There we go. Took a little bit of tension. We probably scraped it a little bit going in. That's okay. That's the forward side, forward side. Let's move this tape. Oh, there we go. We'll do it like that. That way we keep things straight. All right. So just like before, we'll put the square on, get things where they need to be, and then I'll run in the inmates to the side. Yeah, Armor 3D's trying to get through it, man. Goal of today is to finish the frame. We still have a little bit to do. We just put the right side on. And then we have the, what, two? Oh no, I just realized that we did not tighten down the top beam on this side. I got excited. So we're gonna have to swap gears, backtrack just a touch. Let me, trying to find a place to put all these gigantic parts right now. I don't have a lot of desk space. All right, well, we forgot to tighten down the top beam on that side I just took away. So I gotta bring that back for a second and tighten that down.
I don't know how I forgot that, but
probably talking too much. Yeah, so you'll notice when I put this back up here, see how it's moved? It should be at the top, and we didn't tighten that down. That guy got excited. So we'll do that real quick. Let's move some tools around. Okay, so we'll get this top beam done up, and then we can put this on. So we know this is supposed to be up here. Yeah, I didn't even notice that until I went to go put it on, and it kind of shifted down. I was like, what? So we'll fix that. No big deal. So I think I want to be in one more that way. Cool, there, and then we'll do the same here. Armored Turtle, now that you're, sorry, Armored Turtle, I keep doing that to you, I apologize. Armored 3D printing. You just built your Ender 3 NG. I want to do one of those eventually. I have the stuff, but like many things, don't have the time. Number one, what do you think about the machine? And then number two, what's next for the channel? Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Steven Machado, we're getting there, bud. We're trying to get there. I just need to get this frame done. I'm starting to get hangry. And Steven, now that you're kind of back to, what do you print with a 400 millimeter RatRig? That's what I'm kind of curious about. That's a very unique machine as far as size. So you would probably have to have a need for something very large. I'm just curious what it is. Or is it just you want the capacity for a bunch of small things? Anything you want. All right. Giant helmets. No, I get requests for random stuff all the time. It's like, hey, can you print this car bumper? What are you talking about? Car bumper? No. No, no, no. I'm not into gigantic problems. I am more of a, let's do some functional stuff, 12 by 12. The biggest machine I have right now is that 350. 300 is great for me. The 350 was an opportunity at a pretty decent cost. And so having that ability to go a little bigger if I wanted to was nice. I'm still trying to find a need for a 400, even though I know full well I have a V-core 3 400 over there that needs to be built. One of RatRig's projects is called a V-chonk. Yep. So check it out. There's V-chonk parts right here. So again, another project that I need to do. V-chonk. So these are the extrusions to build a V-chonk, and it's in a box with all of the parts and the main boards and all the things I need to build a V-chonk. Just have not built it yet. It's in a box on the shelf. So there's a V-chonk, there's a tool changer, there's a V-core 3 over here, all of which need to be built from scratch, plus an Ender 3 NG kit that I need to do as well, and that is before I take on any other project. I need to finish the ones I have before I open the door, and then I say that knowing full well that there's a project on the way that's different from any of those. But yeah, I'm tracking you need a 400 to print the parts for that V-chunk. There was a guy in the RatRig Discord who printed what I'm calling the halo part of it, like the top frame and the bottom panel-ish kind of thing, whatever you want to call that. The guy in the Discord printed that stuff for me. What's up, 3D HP Jerry? And you're everywhere today. Saw you on stream yesterday. You had a full house yesterday. Saw 9 squares. It was like Hollywood squares on your stream. All right, so that's all done. Steven Machado, they also have not only the V-chunk, but they have the V-cast, which is like an IDEX bed slinger type thing. I've always kind of wanted one of those before V-core and all this other stuff became a thing. I wanted one of those V-casts. Okay, so that should be good now. We should see 250 millimeters between extrusions, and so let's check that. Sorry, 225, what am I talking about? It looks to be right. It's hard to tell on that ruler. Let's get a different one. You love the bottom, the wiring tracks, and all are part of the bottom. So yeah, that's what I mean. It's a really cool machine on the V-chunk. That's only 22. Should that not be 25? Oh, 25 to the top. I'm dumb. Yeah, 25 to the top of the frame. I just scared myself. Yeah, 30-30 extrusion, 25 millimeters to the top of the frame. Perfect. I want to say that's probably like a 0.5 millimeter out on that end. Let's give that a love tap. Yep, so that didn't tighten down like it was supposed to on that side. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's because it turned on me. That's why we check, boys and girls. That's why we check. So the T-nut in there, like some of the other ones, it spun when we put it in, and so when I tightened it down, it didn't tighten as it should have. So that seems to be tightening better. Let's get the clamp out to make sure. It's the little things. This is why we double check. Yep. Okay, so that goes on there. So if the edge is square, as I tighten this down, it should pull that upper extrusion into square with the end. And then this one just pulls it together. Cool. All right, so let's see if that works now. Let's tighten that guy like it's supposed to be. I just heard one of the 2 printers over there finish up, so that means we have more V-chunk, or you got me saying V-chunk now. We have more of the V-core parts finished, which is great. I've started 2 6-hour prints this morning, and it sounds like one of them just finished. All right, so that. Actually, let's make sure now. That is 25. And that extrusion is tight. It's not moving now. That's good. Good. All right. Now we can go back to assembling the rest of the frame. So I'll put this over here and then grab the other portion. We set aside like that. Okay, so that big dude up on the table, and then we can add the right side frame. Almost there. Almost there. Steven, I meant to ask, do you have a V-chunk? Have you built one? don't know why, but this side here is like really tight on there, and it's not because of the set screw being tight, because it's not. It was just really hard to slide that down. I don't know why. Strange. Anyway, I haven't yet. Was going to kit, but opting to source. Yeah, I self-sourced all mine before the kit existed. I'm glad that they made a kit, but I was also kind of pissed off that they waited so long, because I would have definitely gotten the kit versus self-sourcing. But what can you do, right? So when I was considering putting this together and thinking about what I wanted to stream this week, what the next project was going to be, I had considered making it the V-chunk, because that would be different. I haven't seen anybody stream that build yet, so I thought it would be helpful and then help me get that project out of here and done. But I realized that if I needed to print any new parts for it, because I had outdated parts or whatever the case was, I've had that kit since they released it, basically, since they announced the V-chunk last year. I never built it. So just like we did when we were building Box Turtle, I don't know if my parts are out of date or if there are other things wrong with them. So I was a little bit nervous about trying to do that without having guaranteed parts that were finished, or guaranteed parts that were you know, legit good to go. And if I have to reprint any of those giant 400mm parts, now I know who to go to. Thinking when you finally do it, to go higher on the Z, you could do that, and then you would just use like regular stepper motors with a lead screw instead of integrated. I think I have for mine, I think I got integrated lead screws, like shorties. I don't remember. I gotta go back and look at what I have and don't have, and I just wasn't as familiar with where I was on the project to be able to have a smooth stream on that. Jeremy has the 400. He still has it? What's he doing with it? I know that he showed it off on stream that one day. What's he doing for you? Is he like fixing it, or are we doing new parts for it? Let's see, it should be tight. Yeah. Well, if Jeremy has the 400, he should print me parts then. I'd love to. So right now I have parts in PETG. One is like a digital blue, and then the other, he's playing with it. And then the other one is, yeah, so digital blue and like a metallic silver gray kind of thing. Both PETG. It'd be great if it was all ABS though, and then I could do it in Stardust. I really want to print a printer in Stardust. I really like that color. Maybe a week after next, you go pick it up. What's he doing to it though? I wish I was close enough I could just drop all my shit off to him and be like, hey, build this thing, man. I would be so much further along. It's just I'm only out here a little bit on Saturday prepping, and then however long I stream on Sundays is usually the only time I get. I have maybe an hour or two each day during the week to do anything, and that's usually when I print parts or kind of create a checklist for myself of things to do before I can go live. And that's what I spend my time doing. I like that M8 hardware that goes on there. Nice. Feels beefy. Rarely get to use that Allen key. But when I do, man, is it nice. Just took it to let him play with it. Backed up your config. That's cool. Yeah, he kept trying to get me to let go of my stinger. And not against it. I just need to make sure it works first. So maybe, and then also I don't want to ship it. If I had to ship that thing, who knows what condition it would come back in. At least out of here, the folks who do our deliveries and whatever, they're not very gentle with almost anything. I mean, I'm surprised that the boxes this kit came in actually survived. I mean, we looked at the Elegoo Centauri a couple of weeks ago. If you remember, that box was thrashed. And I feel like it's been that way for nearly everything that's shown up here. He went to do a soldier on it, but it was a speck on the bed. I said we can make it bigger, so I went full plate, and he kind of lost it. I'm not tracking. I don't follow what any of that means. Maybe you mean solder? I don't know, just having a hard time deciphering what you're telling me. 400mm Spartan was a bit larger than he wanted. Yeah. I don't even know that Jeremy and Keela even have 350s. I think all their machines are 300s. I don't know. I don't know if they're still here to answer that question. I think 300s are where it's at. 350s are... Like, if you need a 350, great. Do the 350. Most of us probably do not. And I get it. They're only like, what, $100 more to do a 350, and you can put so much on the plate. They do take a little longer to heat up. They are a lot heavier to move around. And then if you don't have enough storage in the first place, that's really going to eat it up. All right, that's one baggie down. The original was 400. The original boron, you mean? I think you're probably right. Back then, you know, 2015, 16, 17, we made a lot of large printers for a lot of different reasons. Probably because it was more efficient. But over time, as we have made things better and better, there's less and less need for large machines unless you're printing large things. All right, I can't even get that in frame, but that is nearly there. So we've gone through it all. Take it slow. Well, we've been taking it very slow. We're at right now in 2, 1, there's 4 hours. Daniel, I can't read Spanish. How much? I think you're asking how much costs to somebody's country. I'm not great at Spanish. So I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Electronics projects are always in a state of flux. They go from as big as possible to as small as possible and back. Yep. I can't wait for flip phones to come back. We've done all that organically. Same here. We've done that organically. Flat surface. I'm sure it's lined. Yep. We need this rear extrusion now. So the front rear is over there. And then we have a 540 at the top rear. Put that in. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. So I'm turning the frame around to the rear. We need to add the rear upright to hold the Z axis. The rear Z axis. I'll try to turn it this way so you guys can see. Yeah. So all I'm going to be able to get in frame is the bottom here. There is a top beam that needs to happen, but I can't get the camera up that high and keep everything in frame. So we'll go, how much does it cost to set up there in your country? The printer to the States, we looked at it earlier. The kit that I got that did not come complete with the electronics or some other stuff, around $1,400. Again, that was an early bird kit, so a little bit reduced cost if you got in early. Now we can go over to the only place I know in the States that has a kit for sale right now is Fabrico, and they sell a RatRig kit. So if I come in here and I select that, you can select your size. So a 300, which is what we're working on. It is the IDEX version. So there's your cost right there, about $23.50 American dollars for the kit that we're building today. And it should come with all that you need. You just need to get panels to enclose it if that's what you want. You need zip ties and all that kind of stuff, and then you need a Raspberry Pi. So add another $50 for the Raspberry Pi, add another probably $300-ish for the panels. So roughly $27.50, Daniel, $27.50-ish maybe. So this one says we need the 540 and that's the top beam. The 440 is the other one. And are these sliding down and connecting to each other? They are. So they connect there, and then I twist this one like we did before, making sure that we're aligned. And then we're looking for 235 between the two. No problem. There's one extrusion, two extrusions. All right, so the small one is going to go here. Like always, we need to push in these T-nuts more to be correct, like that. And then we'll turn that so they don't slide. Same over here. And then that goes like so, and then that'll turn here in a second. And then this top one comes down and serves as the top beam for that particular extrusion. Yeah, I'll be honest, looking at that printer just now, I was a little surprised it costs that much now. That's probably like with import fees and tax and all the shipping stuff that they had to add on to it. But I mean, it's a complete kit. You're gonna get everything except printed parts. So I mean, what's your time worth, I guess? I mean, you still have to build it anyway. But it'll save you some. So I'm gonna have to loosen that top beam a little bit. Here, let's see if I can move this camera a little. I don't know that I'll be able to catch both. in the same. But what I'm doing is going from the top and bringing the crossbar down on top of the one that's vertical right now. Keeping the set screws to the outside so that we can access them. Oh, and Stephen, thanks for the translation too, if I didn't say that. I mean, I had an idea that we were asking about price in my country, but there was some other words in there I didn't know. Try not to scratch the extrusion here, but that requires you to go level all the way down. And if you're out of plane just a little bit, it wants to bind, which means you're gonna scratch it. So I'm trying not to do that. There we go. Okay, whew, got it. And then this rotates at the end. Come on. So I think this is where I need a little bit of like moving this up just a touch. I think I need to loosen this just a touch so that I can pull out. That's the thing, it's a little bit like that T-nut needs to pull out a little bit so that it can rotate, but not enough to where it stays stuck and does not rotate into the extrusion. So it's kind of a pain. Oh, come on. Trying not to scratch the hell out of the frame. It is not wanting to turn for me. Ah. Fully don't understand why that won't go. It's the top one. The top one doesn't want to turn. So this is the one place where I would want to have some sort of other type of fastening system. Oh, it turns the other way just fine. What if we did 360? There we go. Hey, look at that. And we only slightly scratched up the frame. I think in that particular extrusion, this is on the back, but right down here at the bottom, we have a couple nicks. I can't really see a way around it, honestly. But we're going to add on these to keep things straight-ish. That needs to come down as far as possible. So we'll hit that with the love tap hammer. And we said that those need to be square, so we'll put the squares on it. Realistically, I almost want to put it on its back so that we can have a flat surface. And I think I'm going to do that. But then I won't be able to access these. But I can at least do the top two. No, I can't because those are on the back. I almost wish... No, I probably couldn't do that because man. All right, yeah, I guess we're locked in the way we are. Makes it more challenging, but there's not another option here. So we'll do that. All right, so I'm just gonna snug these down so things don't move as easily as they want to. And we'll do the same over here. Just get stuff snug. Okay, and then the instructions tell us to do the frame jig, ensure the distance between the frame jig sidewall and the frame extrusion is 235. Okay, so between the plastic piece and the bottom of the outside needs to be 235. Okay. So between this black edge and the outer portion should be 235 for a 300 build. That's what I'm seeing. Just want to pull that down a little bit. It's moving a little too much for me. So if I tighten that just a touch, when we tap it, it should go slightly, but not so far that that's sloppy. So This edge should be 235. And that is super hard to tell. Let me try to get low on this. That is about 240. So we need to come over a touch. That's fun. I'm just dropping stuff everywhere, blowing your guys' eardrums out. Sorry. Just tapping this with the tool. And we'll just work it over slowly as we can. So that is still at 24. And give it some harder taps. Probably scratching the frame just a little bit, but I mean, I don't know another way to do that. Man, that's gotta move so much that I feel like I'm not doing anything by tapping it. I feel it moving. It's definitely moving, but it's not moving enough or as quickly as we would want. Tool back on. Almost there at 236, it looks like. So just maybe one more tap. That looks to be dead nuts on right there. Yeah, I think that's about where it's gonna have to be. Maybe a touch more, about a 0.5 millimeter off. So if I do it that way, that is so hard to tell, but that looks right to me. Yeah, I think we're gonna tighten it right there. Oh, that's nice. Yep, we'll tighten that right there. I'm not gonna Loctite that one, because I don't want to risk making that loose and losing the position. But that is as good as we're gonna get that. Good. Whew. Tappity tap tap. Just tap it in. That's right. Take a little bit of water break here. Yeah, Rob, if that's too loud for you guys, I can mute things. So I'm sorry if you guys are dying over there. And then this top one should be, I guess that should be, well, to the tool, right? So the tool needs to be on there. From there, and this is the shitty part, it's like 2 hands just to measure something. I don't like measuring the tools in general because that tool can be printed by anything. That doesn't mean it's accurate. And that's pretty good. So we'll do that. I'm gonna snug that just a little bit so it doesn't move. And we'll remeasure. No, you're good. No mic on the hammer. Good. Means the suppression is working. Just want to move that about a 0.5 millimeter over. I think as I tightened it, it went a little wonky. All right, that's pretty good right there. Now, you need to make sure things are square across the top. And that's where it gets interesting, because a square is a vertical square. So you gotta have like 3 hands to do this. We'll see. I think we should go inside on this one. Partly because we have to. But I'm gonna loosen that so that things can move. And then we'll get to work here. That guy, like so. Yeah, this is the part I was talking about. I gotta have like 3 hands to be able to get in here. So just snug to hold it, and then same over here, and we'll tap and get things where they need to be. I think so far this is a pretty good build. The hardest part is this part, doing the frame. I've never built a frame in less than like 3 hours for a smaller printer. So we're at the 4-hour and 15-minute mark right now, and just kind of almost done with the frame. It's about right for something this size, I think, especially with all the measuring that we're doing to make sure that things are actually square. Come on, you. All right, so that's about good right there. I'll tighten that down. All right. That feels flush with the back, like it should be. We'll do the same to the other side. And I'll move the camera here in a second. But we're doing the same thing. All right. So we're doing the same thing over here. Just making sure that that is square as possible. And then we'll tighten down that set screw. I'll make sure things are flush. There's a little bit of a lip there, so I'm not completely happy with that. One little tap tap, and we should be good there. Let's get the square out. Make sure. Yeah, so that's good right there. We'll tighten that down. I just realized I did not do that on the other side. It felt flush, but I do want to check. No, there's probably maybe a 1/4 millimeter of a stick out. Let's see if I can tap that. Yeah, here we go. And then I can retighten. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, there we go. And retighten that. And now we should be good to go. And should be tight here. Just want to make sure we are flush on that face. Okay. All right, that's about as beefy as a frame I think I've ever built. A little bit of a pain from time to time, but should be pretty dope with how rigid this is. I mean, it is 30-30, and we built it as square as we possibly could. I mean, legit took at least 3 hours building this frame. The first hour we spent talking about parts and things and stuff. So we'll throw the couple of top extrusions on here, and then we'll go ahead and call the stream. So if there are questions that folks have before we get too close to the end, I need you to go ahead and drop those in the chat so we could talk about it. All right, did all that stuff. 235, yep, made sure. And now we're doing the stepper motor plates. Wow, that's pretty quick. I didn't know we were going to do that today. But it says prepare them. We're not using these plates. We're using something else with different hardware. But I do want to do this checkpoint. So make sure the front side extrusions have the M3 holes facing the side. Be aware of the extrusion orientation. The small spacing between the holes must be up. All right, so that means I need to do double check. So let's spin this around. like that. And I'm seeing, wow, a really bad camera angle. All right, let's go back up. I can kind of barely make out the holes right here on the side, but those are the holes they're talking about. And so those need to be up, and they are. This is the front of the machine. Same on the other side. So I am confident in saying that we built our frame correctly. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what to do next. Frame can double as an end table, just needs casters. I'd agree with that. All right, so that looks correct to me. I know that it wants me to put these bottom plates on here, and we could probably do some of that. I'm just trying to understand why. I've got 2 extrusions left over here on the desk, and I feel like I just would want to put those on first before I, yeah, I think I'm just gonna do this part here, and then we can do, yeah, it's just 2 more extrusions, and we can do motor plates and stuff later. I am waiting on more hardware. So if you get the Mandela Rose Works stuff, you need some M5 by 45s and some M5 by 40s that I don't know if they come in the kit. We'll look real quick, but regardless, I want to do these top extrusions. We'll put these feet on here. That way I can sit this thing on the floor and have more room. And then these panels, I'll check to see if those are in the kit. So top is first. So we'll start right here at step 31. I'm gonna turn this over and we'll put the extrusions in from the bottom. I just want them on the granite so that they are flat as possible. So we'll be flipping this over like so. Woo, watch out now. Oh, hitting the lights and all kind of stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do that right there. And then we'll spin this so you all can see. But we basically have the extrusion in the back and the extrusion in the front, and that's all we have left as far as the frame goes. So we'll add those 2 in really quickly. Those are the black panels that were at the bottom of the... Yeah, I think so. I think so. I wasn't sure if they were for the electronics or for what you are talking about. But it makes more sense now that they would be bottom panels. I thought because they said that, you know, panels don't come with the kit and you have to get your own panels, I thought that maybe those panels were not included, and it turns out they are. One thing I did not look at really fast was where the holes were supposed to be. Okay, they are on the outside, not the top. That's good to know. So holes to the outside, just like that. All right, and then I'll just lift this up and we can put this in. Because we did a great job squaring everything, it's a little tight as it should be, but they slide in there pretty well. I'm gonna do the back before things get too tight that I can't slide it in without seriously scratching things and stuff. So we'll do that one as the same time, and then we'll flip the stuff. We'll flip the printer and make sure that things are getting tightened as they should be. So I can already see that the T-nut on that far side spun around a little bit. Yeah, so this back is already a little bit tight because we have that cross beam in there, the one that I'm holding on to. And because of that, that's why I wanted to get both of these in first before we go anymore. Whew. Now that that's in, we can do our Loctite here. And we're almost done. A couple more things. I know that this thing comes with those big feet that we looked at in the manual just a little bit ago, but I would be interested in looking at what some roller caster feet type things look like. If they had any that could attach to the bottom of this, that would be helpful. I'm just going to get that snug on there, make sure it's flat. And as it starts to pull together, we can throw the square on it. I keep putting them back because it's the only place that they're not in the way. You definitely need to continue to have them out and use them the whole time. I'll give you a peek here of this. So, that, and like that. And this one here, like this. Stay. They mention them in their Discord and a link, I think, Amazon. For what, Steven? Are you talking the motor mounts that I was talking about? Because I am tracking that. I know that they do have links on their store. What I did find that is one of the links don't take you, it doesn't take you directly to the one that you need. It takes you to a similar one. And then you have to select a different option for it to be the actual one you need. If you're talking about the motor mounts. They recommended if I had not read it closely, it was a 10 millimeter outer diameter. Oh, for the casters, thanks. It was a 10 millimeter outer diameter, basically spacer that you're supposed to get. But the link on the Mandela Roseworks site takes you to like a, I think of like a 15 outer diameter one. And so you have to go and select the other options if you want to do the actual one. Almost got me. I would have had to do a reorder of parts had I not paid attention. There's that one, and then this one here. All right, that feels pretty square. Everything's flat on the table. I'm gonna tighten this guy up. I'm about done doing Loctite, I'll be honest with you. It's such a pain. Gotta take it all the way out after I get it square. I'm nervous about it shifting or moving. I'd rather almost just tighten it down. But we're already here. There's only this one plus 2 more. No time to get lazy. Yeah, Steven, I think I'm gonna grab some of those casters. If I do not have to put this on the shelf and I can just have it on the floor in the garage, I do have some space kind of over my shoulder over here on the floor that I could put something. And with this guy being as big as it is, those caster feet things would be ideal. At least until I get room for another printer. I have to get rid of 1 or 2. So if you know anyone in the Lancaster area that's in search of a printer, I've got an Ender 6 I need to give away. Almost free. And then some other stuff too. Imagine if it were 500. No, I don't want to imagine. I really don't. I know that Mandic really built a 500. I don't know why or how. I would have to move into that thing. I thought my FL Sun was gigantic and big and way too much when it arrived. It came in almost a coffin of a cardboard box. And it was not the easiest to move or to unbox or any of that stuff. I mean, the printer itself is already like 90 pounds. That thing right there, it's halfway up my chest. It's huge. I couldn't imagine trying to do a 500 millimeter RatRig. I think you would need those wheels at that point, and it would live on the floor. Not Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Lancaster, California. Your wife's maiden name is Lancaster? That's cool. I'm wondering if that moved in there because it's trying to get tight before it should. And it sure did. So what I've been finding that I have to do is put the tool in there and like rotate the T-nut to its proper place. Otherwise, it's going to not tighten down into the groove like it should. It's just trying to tighten on the barrel. And that's the same for both of these. Actually, they both kind of rotated as we put things in. So something to be aware of if you're trying to do this at home. At one point, Manic was sitting. Yeah, I do remember that. Either he posted the screenshot of that on his Twitter or something, but yeah, I did see that where he was sitting in it. Maybe he made it his thumbnail or something too. But it is huge at that size. A 500 is, wow. I mean, you almost need to be farming parts to do that, or printing very big things. All right, so I think I'm gonna do this far one first, just because. Four and a half out. Yeah, dude, trying to get it done, man. Low sync. We spent the first hour just chatting, right? So we didn't get to work straight away. I think we're roughly about 3.5. We're not stopping till it prints. Oh, can't do that. I gotta go to work tomorrow. And I'm already crazy hungry. So at this point, I just want to get through it so I can go eat food. And then if I come back out here later to do stuff, then we'll do stuff. But yeah, I just really want to get it done. All right, that one's good. Not stopping till it prints. Not today. Not today. That's that one. Let's move this one back a little bit. That's the hard part. Like when you use a tool like this and you're down low, your hand hits the thing, so it doesn't allow you to turn. So having it hanging over the edge is what I have to do. It's not comfortable, but it works. Maybe that's why they have you do it upright. But then it gets difficult to keep it flush with the top of the machine. So if I could push down on this and that works, that's what I'd rather do. Just makes access a little harder. That's okay. Just making sure everything is snug up. And we'll tighten it down. Okay, that's that. Frame assembled. Should not need squares anymore. But yeah, let's think we're here for the long haul. We're trying to get the frame correct. I'd rather spend 4.5 hours here getting it right before we start to put other parts on here that rely on the frame being square, because then it will be even harder and we'd spend more time backtracking. But realistically, this thing is so big I can't get it all in frame. And this is only a 300. It's not even, you know, the other options out there. But I'll have to work on a camera angle that kind of comes from behind me over here on this rack and goes this way. And hopefully that'll go a little better on the next one. We'll see. I'm starting to lose my voice though, I'll tell you that. Not used to talking for 4.5 hours. Getting a little bit of rock in there. Maybe like a millimeter or two. So that's not good. I thought we were pretty flat. Well, that's what she said. Well, I'll fix that later. Maybe we'll jump on it or something and make it, force it to be flat. Because if I put it on the table that way, it's even less. Like that is pretty acceptable for all the work that we've done on it. Okay, so back to here. We did this because we skipped forward. We'll put the motor mounts on later. I'm still waiting on some hardware for that. Frame is good. Feeder casters are adjustable to compensate. Yeah, I appreciate that. I will definitely make that order when measure diagonals of all sides to verify square. I'll get a tape and we'll do that off stream. This says rubber feet, but yeah, when I get those casters, I will I'll let you guys know. We'll deal with it at that point. Man, I like hit the moving it around a minute ago. I hit the door on. Luckily, I still had that screen protector on there. But I think one of the edge of the extrusions caught it. That would suck if we broke a screen, but it wouldn't be the first time. All right, so I'm gonna put these feet on. I gotta find them first. I know we had them in one of these boxes. Let's try this one. Not this one. The other one, the other giant box that's over here. Yeah, that's something else I'm going to do too, is try to organize the parts a little better, because right now it's hard to find anything without some work. These feet are big, like Oreo size. But they have us just screwing in, and there's a lock screw there. This is going to be helpful for later when I move this onto the garage floor. I'm not going to Loctite these. That doesn't make any sense. These are just going to go in, and then we'll lock nut them where they need to be. I'm just going all the way in right now. I think the bottom of this is pretty flat. We'll go all the way in, and then that should work. When you rewired your 3.1, took out the Octopus Pi high power supply and just installed a Manta. Yeah, Mantas are great. Leviathan is also a great option if you want to use a full-size Pi on a board. Leviathan can do that. I've seen pictures of like a kind of an expansion board for the Leviathan that adds I want to say 2 additional 5160s on there, because right now it only comes with an option for 2. But if you want to do quad XY or anything like that, you need an additional 2 stepper motors, and the Leviathan doesn't have it. So this expansion board adds that capability, and I can't remember where I saw it, but it is not available any place that I can find. But I saw it on a Discord channel somewhere or something, and I was interested in getting one, but I'm not able to find out where to get it. So maybe it's just a thing. But Manta and CB1 are another option. I've actually got a CB1, or actually, this is a CB2 actually. I have a CB2 right here. So this originally came with the Trident all-wheel drive, and I was just having it drop out all the time. It would be in the middle of a print, and it would happen at random times. It would just overload itself and shut down. So I swapped it with a CM4, and now I don't have that problem. So I'm a little skeptical to use a CB1 for anything anymore, because that was a huge pain. I had to redo all the clipper stuff, reset up everything, retune everything. It was a lot. Just because the CB2 and CB1 for that matter are not up to snuff. Maybe back in the day before Raspberry Pis came back in stock, it was an option. But now that you can get a CM4 all day for no problem at reasonable cost, it doesn't make sense anymore. The rear plate has been recently updated. If you purchased a kit recently, the rear plate may feature a new hole for the Z stepper motor. Kit referred to the second picture. I probably don't have that. CB110, yeah, I was running CAN on it, but it was a CB2. So it should have been the improved version, and I was still seeing it with the CB2. So you know, base plate, front base plate, a bunch of washers, some screws. Let's see if we can find these washers and stuff first. Trying to clean up the desk, organize a little bit. All right. So let's move some tools back to where they belong. Staying organized is important. Okay. Put that over there. Those can go over there. All right. So we need some washers and some screws. I don't remember what I needed. M6 washer, M6 12 cap head screws, and some M6 nuts. All right. Well, all of that's in here somewhere. Those look like M6 nuts and some magnets. Holy shnikes. These magnets are holding all the things together. Look at that. It's like just a pile of stuff. Magnets we'll put up there. These are 3030 M3s. Don't need that just yet. These are M6s. Yep, so we'll pull that out of the pack. And then they say we need some washers. And some sort of hardware too. I think this might be it. Yep, M6 washers in black. And then the hardware we need was M6 by 12. Probably going to be a little harder to find. There's an extra parts. That's good. So those are spares. We'll put those to the side for later. M6 by 12s. That's it right there. Giant bag. And then I got to pull that panel out. So, reorganize again. Pull these panels out of here. There's still a lot of hardware. I have rails in here to get after. So you have all of the linear rails. And then 2 more here. And another one there. This looks like X gantry. There's a few Z screws on that. And then under all of that are those panels that we were looking for. And those are heavy. I thought they would be, I thought they might be like ABS or something. No, these are steel. Like, these are steel panels. And they are not light. That's going to add significant amount of mass to the bottom of the printer, which is great. But means I need those wheels even more now. Trying to find out how this opens. Oh, there's 2 here. Okay. They're taped together. All right, so that one. That's one panel. So that looks to be the front. And then the other one This is the back, and it is the old style because it does not have that additional hole that they were describing. So that is a 3 or 4 mil thick panel, and it's steel. Yeah, so I don't have that additional hole in my panel like that. Mine look like this. Insert the grommet in the hole. Yep, not worried about it. Cool. So we have the hardware we need. Panels go in like that. Let's see, what do they do? Loosely thread the T-nuts onto the screws. Do not tighten them at this point. Okay, so we're doing all of that first, and then you have to line it all up. Time for the drill. Oh, dude, don't tell me that. If we have to drill anything today, we're calling the stream early, and we will do this later. Okay, well, let's get after it. It's not going to do itself. But it gives me a chance to kind of catch up and chat with you all as we get some of this hardware installed. So T-nuts, washers, and screws. Why do you say it's time for the drill, though? Curious about that. I don't think you've built one of these, right, Rob? If I have to drill all these holes out, I will blame you. All right, but the way they have us do it is screw, washer, through the hole, and then a T-nut. I'm just going to dump a bunch of that out. Let's see, that. That's why we have the blue mat back down on the table this week, is to hold a lot of this hardware. The hole for the grommet. Oh, yeah. I thought you were trying to jinx me to tell me that the holes are going to be too small. I don't know that I need the grommet. The motor mount's here, and I don't know what the hole is for. Thinking about it, maybe it's for the bed, but I don't know. If I need to drill it, I'll drill it later. The guide doesn't tell me I have to, so I don't know. Yeah, so the way that I have it set up, I got the edge of the panel hanging over the desk, so I don't have to continue to try to balance this thing. Because otherwise, I would have to do it this way. So that, I gotta pick this up, try to balance, go through, and then put this on here like so. Which works on this side. But I'm excited. I like that this is always a really beefy machine. RatRig does a great job at using crazy, insane, beefy hardware. So if you're looking to get one of these, I don't know that you'll be disappointed about the rigidity of the thing. Probably more the cost and the time it takes to build it. It is heavy. You won't have holes where, sorry, you won't have to drill it. Small holes will be where plastic part mounts down. Okay, that's good to know. I wasn't super worried about it. Not afraid to drill something. And then again, the guide, I think, would have pointed it out to me. RatRig is really good about not having to modify their stuff. They're kind of like Prusa in a way, where if you bought something and then it got updated, that they try to provide an upgrade path. They did that with their V-core 3. You can now make it a hybrid version. They cannot do an IDEX for you. That would have to be custom. But they do have a upgrade path to go from V-core 3 to V-core 3 hybrid. RatRig uses speedy power motors. I'm interested to see if they have trouble with VFAs like superpowers. They don't. I have speedy powers on 3 other borons. I've not seen what you described. Yeah, I've not seen any VFAs on there at all. But I'm gonna add this panel back here. Tricky part is aligning all these T-nuts at the same time. You installed the new Toolhead using the plate on your 3.1 with beacon. You also have a 3.1? I didn't know that. Let's see what's going on. This guy doesn't want to play nice. Tell you, this is like the most tedious part of the build so far. Is this panel right now? Need a tool. See if we can turn these T-nuts. They want to spin, right, when you're putting them in, so they don't want to line up with the slot. Which means the whole panel doesn't want to go down. There it goes. Kind of fell into place. Almost there. Come on, baby. You're 400. Oh, dude. So I'm so sorry, man. I thought you had a V-core 4. I thought the one that Jeremy has of yours was a 4. I'm so mixed up. My bad. Yeah, I have a 400 3.1 as well. That's the other one that needs to be built. Yeah, happy. I don't think it's aluminum. I want to say it's steel. It's pretty heavy to be aluminum. And these are the panels that I thought that I was going to have you make for me, because I didn't realize that they came in the kit. So stand down. Don't need panels quickly, but I do need to hit you up for the side panels. And we had talked before about the direction. I need to relook at that. I don't know if I want to continue going that way, but we'll see. Sounds like steel. Yeah, it feels like steel. It sounds like steel. I think it's steel. I'm pretty certain it's steel. Here, how about this? Is it magnetic? Yes. Magnetic. Definitely steel. But I'm surprised we still have 19 people here. That is awesome. After this long, it's really cool. So thanks for everybody being here. I'm not going to crank down on these. I just want them sort of snug in there. And then maybe I'll give them like another 1/8 of a turn. Yeah. I mean, it's just a panel. It doesn't need to be super tight. It's sort of structural. You have your pajamas on though. It is getting a little late for you. I know that. Yeah, you guys are what? It is 7:12 p.m. there. I think that's right. 7:12, maybe 8:12. $17.15. Okay. So $5.15. That's good. We stayed up late the last 2 nights in a row. I had a hard time getting out of bed this morning. Oh yeah, 7:15. Got it. Yep, tracking. 715 makes sense. Yeah, I thought I was like 515. That's crazy. I couldn't have been that far off. But yeah, so when we Boothie, when we fly, we use English time as the standard time. That way, no matter where you go in the world, you have a constant for measurement. So we use that's how I knew what time it was. I have it right here on my watch. So local time, and then what we call Zulu time or Z time. So basically GMT. There is panel 1. Almost there. Last panel. And I do like that these are, they're the same. They're symmetric, so it doesn't matter how it goes. There's not a top or a bottom necessarily. So I like when things are built that way. When I did my, there's a Pro Forge 3.5 over there. When I was building that thing, it is very not symmetric. And I had put the back panel on the wrong way around several times. Same for the motor mounts. It is a Core XY, but it's kind of more of an older design to where the belts are not, the motors are not in the same plane. They move planes with the belts. You know how like you'll have an upper belt and a lower belt? Well, on that machine, you have an upper motor, it's a little higher, and then you have another motor that's a little lower. And that's how that's set up. And I had the wrong motor mounts on either side. I tried to belt the machine, and it just did not work. Didn't line up with the idlers at all. It took me a minute to figure that one out. Word to the wise, take it for what it's worth. Much like large morons, no matter what the instructions say, install the bed last. Yeah, we were talking about that with Digital Dragon earlier on stream. The instructions are already pretty good. I think they mentioned that last as well, or it's one of the final things they want you to do. In fact, I think they, like when you actually do install the bed, it's not forever. They want you to install it and do like some leveling and some stuff and some like some commissioning stuff before you even put the heater pad on or the magnet pad. A little different than some other ecosystems. But I want to say that is because of the IDEX portion. So that'll be a little different for me. I'm not used to that. Will do my best to stay on task and stay on course with the instructions, though. Not that this is made for posterity, this stream, but having a resource for folks to go to that is helpful is a good thing. All right. There are those. I know that the holes go towards the front because that's how a RatRig works. And come here. So, try not to do that. That just lays down in there very nicely. Good. That means we didn't make the uprights too tight. Now, to get all of these things in here when you can't see or reach, I think what I'm going to do is turn this 360 or 180 so that I can see underneath the panel and kind of have an idea what those T-nuts are doing. Oh, well, I guess just wiggling it around had half of them fall in. That's good. But there are still others that want to not play nice. Like this guy. One. Those look all good. What's this one? There. There. Yeah, so it's not that they are not necessarily turning correctly. They are for the most part, these T-nuts. Some of them are like catching on the lip, so they're not going all the way down, like that one there. Okay, so this guy, he's fine. This one in this corner here. Steven, that is a good tip though. Going back to what you were talking about, putting the bed in last. I do that on my Vorons as well, even though it doesn't tell you to do that. It does make sense. Oh, I missed a, oh, come on. I missed a washer on this one. New guy here. Luckily, that stays where it's supposed to be. Yeah, this is one of those points where I wish there were the stationary T-nuts where you can slide that in and it kind of stays. So you can line up all the holes first and then install your hardware and not have to worry about aligning all those. It would make it a little bit nicer of a task. But this works fine. It wasn't crazy painful. Got some Loctite on the frame there. It wasn't crazy painful, but it could have been nicer. But yeah, this is going to add significant mass to this machine. Yeah, I got to see this in person at Remurf before it was in the wild, and before you could order one. They were just about to release it like that next Monday or Tuesday, whatever it was, after Remurf last year. And I got to really look at it, but there are things that even I missed, like these panels, for example. Not understanding that they were steel and laser cut. I thought they were, I don't know, just normal plastic acrylic panels. But it's a nice touch. Very nice touch. All right, so now we'll give it some tighten. So about that much. I guess that's a quarter of a turn is what I'm doing to keep them from rattling. If you notice, we did not put down any sort of foam under here. I just kind of realized that I may go back and add some. I don't know. I think there's definitely room to do it, and we're talking only like a 1 millimeter foam that would keep things from vibrating. It would isolate the frame from this panel a little bit while still making things rigid. I may go back and do that. Man, that's crazy. I can't believe they didn't recommend that. But I would put it on the panel itself. I would not put it on the frame. That way, if I take the panels off, the foam would come with it. Should probably turn this around, but we're already there now. This one in the corner here is a little bit hard to get to. You're gonna definitely want an Allen key like this, like the L-shaped one, not the longer style, the T-handle or whatever. You just would not be able to get in there. Yeah, we're just doing that till it's a little bit snug. But yeah, that's solid now. Make sure all the rest of these are snug while we're down here. Yeah, I think had I thought ahead a little more, I probably would have put that foam on here. That is going to be stuck in my brain. I'm not used to not have it crawl in. Dude, I'm not that small. I'm not a big guy, but I'm not a little guy. All right, that's that. Panel installed. What do we got next? Do not tighten them at this point. Oops. Put the panel in, do the things, and then tighten them. We did all that. put the other panel in, mind the gap, rotate the stuff, tighten the things, and we're done. All right, the only thing we didn't do was put those motor plates on, but you can see in this photo, there are no motor plates here anyway. I don't know why they want you to put that on. Maybe to keep things level. Like to keep the same plane of that rear extrusion. That would help. So maybe that's why. Yeah, let's see. And then it says remove it and set it aside. It will be used later again. Yeah, so maybe that was for alignment purposes on that back panel. Or sorry, on that back extrusion. We can go and revisit that. I think I want to just try it out real quick and see how good we are. That's not the right one. So I've got the bottom or top. If I put that on there, you can see it moving in the corner. It's not as level as it should be. See that? We're gonna have to go back and tweak that. So that's another dumb that we made. I will do that one off stream. But if this one is that much off, then this other one's going to be the same. A tiny bit less, but roughly equivalent. So we'll have to go back and change those. Anyway, that's about it for the stream, folks. I'll hang out for just a couple minutes as we clean up the desk here. If there are any other questions or anything you guys have, let me know. We can have a chat about that now. Anything that we want to see specifically on the next stream. We're going to continue to follow the guide. So if you're proactive and you want to see what we're doing next, you can look at the RatRig guide and check that out. I'm just trying to clean up the hardware. I'm going to spend some time today organizing the hardware. I'm also going to probably put some foam under those panels because I can't help myself. And then I will also take a look at the rest of the guide to see where we are and what we need to do. So that way we're prepared. Real quick, I do want to pull off those the parts off the printer. 1 second. We have the Elegoo parts and the bamboo parts. So we'll take a look at those really quick. Oh, they're starting to come off. There we go. So we'll show off these here. These are off the printer. That finished while we were building stuff. So these are the come on, you. Oh, wrong camera. I'll do this one. These are the Elegoo parts. So those are already loose on the plate. So and those came out really nicely. For those that like sidewalls, there's your sidewall. Again, you're seeing a little bit of those VFAs in there, and that's because they don't use tooth pulleys for their idler stuff. They're using the belt on the smooth pulley. But good bottom quality here. And these are braces for the corner of the frame, and you'll have a green insert that goes inside. I thought that maybe there was like LEDs in here or whatnot, but I'm not seeing that as part of the manual at all. And then you would need to run LED down. So maybe that's a mod we can do later. But that's that. And then these would be your wipers. So a little bit of bridging there at the bottom on the R. So decent. And then again, some nice layer stacking on those as well. These are for your wipers. Centauri Carbon. Yes, sir. Centauri Carbon. Happy. These are for the incorrect part. So we plan on using that lightweight tube. If we do swap over to using the 2020, I'll need to use these. And so I went ahead and printed these and it just basically slots in there and then gets sandwiched between two CNC plates like that. So that gets sandwiched, and then this other portion here will go on top, and that's your XY joiner right there. So that's what a Centauri carbon can do. Funny enough, they use very similar plates, so you can kind of swap between the two. Anything that works on a bamboo will work on the Centauri carbon. There's no, what's it called, QR code recognition or anything like that on the Elegoo, so you don't have to worry about it. These are also loose on the plate as soon as they cool down. These are Nova Maker, some sort of neon green. And they also came out pretty good, as a bamboo does. Mine, for whatever reason, this is really hard to see. This green is so bright. It's blowing out the camera. But it does do some sort of like weird Z layer stacking. I thought maybe it was because of the lead screws needing to be greased. So I did that yesterday. I cleaned them yesterday, put new grease on there, and it made it better, but there's still like some wavy lines in there, like some Z banding in there. I don't know what's going on with my bamboo lately, but that's been happening the last couple of months. Luckily, these are good enough, and that is slightly imperceptible that it doesn't matter. And then some end caps. So everyone is familiar with the quality that you get with a bamboo. So that's it in real time. Where'd it go? Have I used the Core 1? I have not. I'd like to. I am reluctant to buy one, I'll be honest. It is, so even if you get the kit, it's $9.50, and then you have to pay shipping on that, and shipping is insane. It's another like $300 and something, almost $400 to ship it, which is half the cost of the kit. So if I'm paying half the cost of the kit in shipping plus the price of the kit, that's just a lot. That's a lot. Hey Vitaly, welcome back. Built a 500 some time ago. V4 contain, they do. And if you're interested, we should talk. I'll show you what I have already. This here, these are Mandala Roseworks parts. And I know that you probably know them. But this is the lower mount. No, upper mount. Sorry, this is the upper mount. And then I think this is the lower mount. No, this is the middle. I don't know. These are mounts for motors. I forget which is which. We'll get to that later. But these are nicely CNC parts. I wish that the bearing wasn't here. I want to use 8mm shaft motors, but because this bearing is here, I can't. I'm stuck using, I say stuck. I'm forced to use 5mm shaft motors. So if I have Krakens or anything like that, those high spec motors, I can't use them with this in there. And this is pressed in. And so maybe I can heat it and pull that out. But right now I'm kind of locked in. So that is CNC parts. We have the bed arms as well from Mandala Roseworks. And these are magnetic, so very good kinematic mount. I also have some wobblers for this, some of their wobblers. And then finally we have like kind of unnecessary whatever, but these are the Z arm stabilizers. These are CNC'd as well. These came from AliExpress though. All the rest came from Mandala Roseworks. I want to say the idler carriages on the front of the frame for belts, those are CNC'd, but I want to say that comes from RatRig that way. And then also the XY joiner has some CNC'd plates, but they're just flat plates to work on the XY gantry. And then we got these from Fabrico, aka Luke's Lab. These will hold a couple of tubes, but again, these are flat plates with some simple countersinks. I may end up stripping the anodization off of these and just making them silver to match the other mounts. TBD. But that's about it, folks. We've gone through the entire frame assembly, and it was a chore, but I'd rather spend time there. So next up, we have, just trying to remember, I want to say next is, let me look real quick, I'm gonna cheat, Z-axis. So we'll do Z-axis on the next stream, which means we got to get rails cleaned ahead of time. We've got to do some framing on the camera. So we got to clean up some rails and grease those, make sure they're moving correctly. And then probably get the arms installed, get the rails installed on the verticals. And yeah, some Z-screws. So that one should go a little bit quicker. So we'll get back to a normal time stream instead of streaming for 5 hours and 16 minutes. But I want to thank you all for being here so long on a Sunday. You guys have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good week. And then go listen to the podcast as well. Entire podcast, and I'm still alive. Yeah. So what is the podcast, Captain Kern? Drop it in there one more time. You said goat something podcast. I don't remember. It's been a while. Thanks, Boothie. We'll see you, buddy. We'll talk on the margins. I'll give you the behind the scenes. Goat Show. Thank you. Goat Show podcast. Go and listen to Captain Kern on the Goat Show podcast. I'll be looking that one up here at lunchtime. So again, thanks to all 19 of you for being here for over 5 hours. This is longer than I normally stream. So thank you for being interactive and asking questions and participating and providing tips. You guys are great. So we'll see you next week. Same time, 07:15 Pacific is when I start. If you drop in at any point, we'd love to have you. So you guys enjoy the week. We'll catch up next time.